remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No. She said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
K&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee. That's right. Good Saturday morning. Fired up as ever. Maybe even a little bit more gassed up. Jake Riepma alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Because we are back, refreshed from
Back.
vacation, feeling good and ready to get into football season. Hold on. Did the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold just turn into Chris Berman on me right
Yes,
there?
you got a Chris Berman. To start the show off.
I love it. It's great to be with you on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Jake Riepma. As I mentioned, he's the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. We got Khaki Kev on the ones and twos, keeping us on the air, keeping us on the fan cam. And we also got the sidekick, Jet Nelson, doing his thing. I love it. Jet Nelson, a man after my own heart because he always greets me with a nice firm handshake, a little fist bump, some positive energy. And CA, that's when you know it's going to be a good day.
Oh, it's going to be a good day. It's going to be better than a good day. It's going to be a great day because we're with you all midday long, all the way to like 2:40?
2:30.
2:30.
Yeah, how about that?
Take you all the way to the game.
No, looking forward to that for sure. Rangers and Mariners coming up.
Yeah, let me tell you something. We always start this off by telling all the Tolos, we can't thank you enough for letting us ride shotgun with you while you do all the different things you do, especially on a Saturday midday. 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Let us know what you got going on today. We're here with you. We'll be with you all the way till pregame show with the Rangers. So just know we got you down.
Absolutely. And like I said, CA, we are, and we'll talk about this later on through the show, but it feels good to be back with the Tolos, kind of that runway into the fall, the month of August, and get ready for, you got your summer vacations in, doing your last minute summer things, but it's almost time to get down to business.
It is because football season basically kicked off with the Pro Football Hall of Fame game last night. We're going to talk about that a little bit, but also the Tolos are just texting in like, wow, we appreciate y'all. The 214 says, CA, what up, boy? Missed you the last few weeks, but I'm back in the saddle today. Let's get this mail route done. That's from one of the Postal Service employees right there. 469 says, finally, we got some guys that can actually do radio. The last two shows have, well, put it like this. They've not been the local shows that you normally want to expect and hear some sports about. So national, not no more. We got, like I said, we got us all the way until 2:30. Then you get the Rangers pregame show, and then get the Rangers themselves. Let's see. Another Tolo from the 817. OT got him down. Oh, here we go. It's Brandon. Brandon, Jake, and Chris, my guys, I am the truest of all Tolos. Let everyone know that if they need help with their mortgage, credit, or interest rates, I got them down. Got you down, Brandon. You know how we got you, man. All the time, 24/7. And let's see. 817 says, oh, you got my boy in the Pimp Cup, KK.
That's right. Some love for Khaki Kev. You got to love that on the fan text line.
And all caps again. Jake is back. Let's go. All caps because he knows you're on that Dan Campbell. You're sipping that coffee. Tell everybody again what's the Dan Campbell special, especially everybody in Glen Rose because they love Dan Campbell.
Absolutely. That's my spirit animal, Dan Campbell. If there's anybody else in the world I could be, it's him. So just like Dan Campbell does, it's the double dark roast with 4 shots of espresso. For me, it's 2 double shots of espresso. So if we'll do the math there, simple math would tell you 4 shots of espresso, and it just gets us ready to go so we can have some fun on a Saturday and get some enthusiasm.
Do you ever wonder if he gives that to some of the guys, some of the players for the Lions? Yeah. I'm just wondering because they take everything on the sideline that they can.
Right,
it's legal.
Right. Well, they
poppers.
Yeah. They got the smelling salts and everything. I mean, you often say a team takes the personality of the head coach. It happens naturally. So
Sean Lee, the linebacker, he used to drink coffee before the game all the time.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, that was my thing too. There's pre-workouts, there's energy bars, there's I think muscle milk is one that guys use. But for me, just give me a shot of espresso. I'm ready to go.
Well, the Lions, last night. But that wasn't even a real game. I don't want to go there yet, but he did mention Dan Campbell. That's what you're drinking again. So, shout out to the Lions. They played.
Man.
They did what they needed to do.
There you go. There you go. There
up.
was one of those things. Although preseason football, and of course we'll have it with the Cowboys here. You're home for the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And you just, anytime you're watching preseason, I'm so guilty of this. I think a lot of us are. You see one little good play, one little glimpse, and all of a sudden you're back in, man. And it just, you forget all the turnovers, the pre-snap mistakes, the penalties and everything. You're like, that's what we want to see.
Hey, by the way, speaking of want to see, I saw that Trey Lance was there. I'm like, so that's what happened to Trey Lance. We didn't know where he went when he left the Cowboys at the end of the season.
I texted a buddy this, and I'm sure you guys both can relate to this. I feel like for the month of August, I've watched more Trey Lance football and we all have, because it seems like for the last 3 or 4 years, his preseason action has been highlighted because everybody's just waiting for. Nobody wants to give up on a former first-round quarterback that has all the physical capabilities and the arm strength that he does. He actually did have a nice touch pass in that preseason game, in the Hall of Fame game, in the opening drive. And you're just thinking, just like, maybe there's still a little gas left in the tank. Maybe, just maybe.
He's fooling everybody.
I feel like it happens every preseason, but maybe that's just me. So.
Before we get into some Cowboys, and we're going to talk Micah. I'm saying this because we got all the Tolos texting in. The Micah stuff. Yes, we're going to spend a lot of time on the Cowboys and Micah in particular, but we're the home of the Rangers too. We got to break some news to you if you didn't hear the news. I'm going to put it like this. I'm going to qualify and say it like this as we tease this Rangers game. The Rangers added new pitching, especially in the bullpen, but it hadn't shown up yet.
Yeah!
They weren't there in time for last night.
Oh, yeah.
It's a damn shame.
Let's hear how it ended last night.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a drive. Well hit ball. Deep right field. This one is gone. It is a walk-off home run for J.P. Crawford. A guy who's been struggling over the last few weeks. Hits his 8th of the season to give the Mariners a 4-3 win.
Oh no! That's the meme.
CA, you're killing me. You're killing me as much as the Rangers bullpen, because
damn shame.
Make no mistake about it. That was a game the Rangers had up 3-2 heading to the 9th inning. And say what you will about the offense, they only score in the 1 inning. They scored 3 runs in that 3rd inning. And CA, a moment of honesty and transparency. Khaki Kev, Jet Nelson as well. I got to come clean, guys. I got to come clean. I sat down, nice Friday night, late night game, West Coast,
Why you do that to yourself?
I was dialed in. And then the eyelids got a little heavier. Saw the 3 runs. Saw Seattle score in the bottom of the 5th to make it 3-2. And you're thinking, all right, close game. On. I'm hanging on. Crash!
You fell asleep and woke up with the news that Garcia didn't do it again. He didn't save a game. I think he's 1-6 now.
I was going to say, Jake, don't feel bad, because I pretty much did the same thing. I was all hyped up because Jock Peterson and Rowdy Tellez were carrying my baseball team. I fell asleep and woke up to a text from our very own Fred Davis saying some interesting words about our very own Robert Garcia.
Okay. I'm going to say this again. They got some new bullpen arms. They got a new starter who's going to pitch today. And if I were Boch, I would have left him in there. I wouldn't have even thought about Garcia. I was like, okay, you're looking good. Come on, just one more inning. That's what I would have done, but I'm not Boch. And I'm not complaining about Boch. I'm just saying that's what I would have done.
Yeah, Merrill Kelly will go today, which was kind of an interesting addition to the Rangers at the deadline. From you're not shocked that they added pitching, but you didn't expect it to be a starter, because that had been the strength of this Rangers team.
As a matter of fact, it's so strong, the starting rotation, either Jack Leiter or his partner in crime, Kumar Rocker, they're not going to be available to be in that rotation when the playoffs start, if the Rangers make it. And we assume they will.
Well, they already optioned Kumar Rocker.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, so this is news to me. For those who don't know, I've been out the country for 8 days. Me and my family went to Brazil, went to Rio de Janeiro, then we went to Sao Paulo. We just got back yesterday, so I'm catching up on some things. And so I'm like, tell me more.
Yeah, Kumar Rocker was optioned yesterday along with Jacob Latz to make room for Merrill Kelly and some of the other guys that they brought on. So Rocker, after the struggling night he had for the opening game of the series, and Latz, actually, Jacob Latz as well, they were both optioned. So it's kind of already leaning that way. And Jack Lauer did not have a terrible day yesterday.
Yeah, and you did have the two new relief pitchers. Danny Cullum pitch for the Rangers last night. He pitched a scoreless inning of work, as did Matten there, Phil Matten, who came over in the trade from the Cardinals. And so you are looking at the pieces that were acquired at the deadline already making an immediate impact, which obviously bodes well for the team. But if you can't close out games, it's all null and void. It really does not matter. So tough too, because you entered the series as the exact same record as the Mariners, both teams chasing the Astros, who are playing a little bit better now, but immediately after the All-Star break weren't playing their best baseball, and some ground had been made up. And as you play these divisional series, obviously it's so important that you don't lose ground, and losing the first two games of the series is a good way to lose some ground there. So Rangers will try to bounce back today. Merrill Kelly on the bump for the Texas Rangers. He'll make his first start in a Rangers uniform after being acquired at the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. But a lot of people, me included, would have loved to see a bat added to this Rangers team at the trade deadline.
I'm just glad they didn't get rid of a bat. Adolis. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well,
I was scared of that.
I know you were out of the country, but there was a fake tweet, ball sacking, fake news, armpitting, everything else, and he saw it, and it unfortunately gained some traction. And
who saw it?
Adolis, and he was asked about it and said, found out it was fake right away, and he said he went back to sleep. Because also the timing of the deadline was kind of wild with the Texas Rangers, because they played the series finale against the Angels in L.A., and for whatever reason, the Angels, some other teams do this. I feel like the Houston Astros do it. Mm-hmm. On getaway day, it's just that known thing. Play a day game on getaway day, and the Angels play the night game combined with the Rangers' travel schedule, so a Thursday night conclusion on the West Coast, and then you zip over to Seattle, still on the West Coast, but that turnaround time, and all of a sudden you're getting there at 5 in the morning local time, which of course add 2 hours at 7 a.m. Central time, and all of a sudden you got to go through the trade deadline that day. So guys were talking about, we're sleeping later into the afternoon than we normally would have because of that unfortunate travel schedule that was a night Thursday game on getaway night into another road trip.
And throw in the trade deadline, because people's nerves are on edge sometimes. If you don't think you're going anywhere, some of your teammates could be.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Appreciate everybody texting in at 877-881-1053. It's a Saturday morning. We're going to get into some Micah Parsons stuff, because I don't know if you heard, he requested a trade. We'll also talk to our guy Alec Medford at noon. We got that confirmed because he was over in my neck of the woods last night.
Oh, he was at the American Airlines Center? That's your neck of the woods? That's your neighborhood.
That's my neighborhood. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm gonna bring this up with Medford. And
how come he didn't get you in with him?
Nah, he should have, because you know what happened? I provided a place for him to park so that he wouldn't have to pay parking. So it's the least he could do is hop on the show.
So for those who don't know, at the American Airlines Center last night, big crowd, because it was supposed to be Caitlin Clark versus Paige Beckers again. Now, the first time they did this, Caitlin Clark was injured. She was hurt. Well, she's hurt again. But that didn't stop Paige Beckers. She had 22 points, 15 in the first half. She looked injured in the third period, but she came back.
And how'd she play?
She played well. She scored 22 points, like I said.
I love that.
And at the same time, the Wings did not win the game, because the Wings are not a good team this year, but they're building. It's kind of like when you get the number one pick in the draft, it's usually because you don't have a good record. So as they build around Paige Beckers, this is not the year they go to the playoffs for the Wings. This is the year where they get better and better and better and add pieces.
No doubt about that. So we'll talk with Alec Medford, and then later in the program, I mentioned this in the Open, or I did not mention, I mentioned it to you, CA. I love unique sporting venues. And we
Me
got
too.
one today that we'll touch base on. It's the Bristol Motor Speedway baseball game.
Yes.
Reds Braves. Maybe, it's similar with the NHL Outdoor Classic, the outdoor venue, or some kind of unique spin on a regular season game. I'm all for it. I absolutely love it. So we've got a list of some of the best and most unique venues. We'll do some college football conversation later in the program as well. How about 12:20 for that? A little college football kegger because teams have opened training camp. And so we've got a lot to discuss, CA. I cannot wait.
There's something else we need to discuss. The Mavericks have a new team president. They also have selected like 2 areas in the city of Dallas for their new stadium. And they've announced the preseason schedule, and training camp will be in Vancouver, Canada. We will discuss all of those things. And by the way, one of those preseason games will be in Las Vegas. Could it be Cooper Flag versus new and improved Luka Doncic? In other words, will Luka I got to play in this game? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're not going to play in preseason, but you just never know. You just never know. NBA knew what they were doing, putting that schedule together.
Oh, they absolutely did. I cannot wait for that, CA. I cannot wait for the rest of the show.
Woo-hoo.
We've got it all set, leading you up to Texas Rangers baseball against the Seattle Mariners. That's why you turn it on, leave it on. He's the 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold. I'm Jake Riepma. Coming up, we got to get into it. In fact, we're going to get into it and more. Micah Parsons trade request. What's it all mean? That's next on your home for the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Because remember when we used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg ones? No.
Nutmeg me.
Said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it so called?
or something? You have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, so like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost and only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And here's a huge rush again on Daniels and Micah Parsons. How about a follow-up? How about number 2?
There he is, arguably one of the most disruptive edge rushers in the game right now, Micah Parsons. And if you've been living under a rock, maybe you've been out of the country, like CA.
I was.
He has, in fact, requested a trade. What's it all mean? I'm Jake Riepma. He's a 3-time Hall of Famer. Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And CA, this is one of those stories that when Micah Parsons and his Notes app, which I should back up a little bit, Micah Parsons has requested a trade. He put a long statement out on Twitter using
and thanked Dallas to start it all off. Thank you, Dallas.
I wish we could read all of it.
I'm traumatized by that statement. Thank you, Dallas. I'm traumatized.
In its entirety because...
It's been real.
Right. It did read something like a very... I mean, it is what it is. He's a disgruntled star player in the midst of
he said he isn't the one that made himself disgruntled.
Right. Contract negotiation.
I'm going to say this. Notice he said trade request. He didn't say demand. So if he didn't say demand, to me, he's not disgruntled. He's posturing. And to me, the Dallas Cowboys, as he explained in his note, they're the reasons why. He's done everything he can do to let's get something in writing here.
I think everybody's got opinions, and we want to hear yours, 877-881-1053, on where the Cowboys go from here, how they got to this point with Micah Parsons, and why seemingly other teams in the National Football League don't have the same, I guess, issues with some of their star players, because you had it with CeeDee Lamb, you have it with Dak Prescott, where it just takes so long to get these deals done, and this feels like Groundhog Day repeating itself. Now it's Micah Parsons' turn.
This is what they do. This is what Jerry does. I said this months ago. Negotiations are Jerry Jones' Super Bowl. Athletes love to compete. They love to win games. Jerry loves to win negotiations, and not just football player negotiations. We're talking about negotiations with the NFL, negotiations with real estate, negotiations with anything. That's why he owns the most valuable franchise in the world. He's a hell of a negotiator. Anybody will tell you the worst thing you could do is try to negotiate with Jerry Jones, because he will sweet talk you. Next thing you know, he will take everything from you and you'll have a big old smile on your face, because Jerry is that clever. So if you're wondering why this happens all the time, every year, when he knows he's still going to pay his star players that he wants to keep, he enjoys the back and forth. He enjoys the negotiation process itself. And just remember this about Jerry. Because he knows the worst thing that can happen is he's going to pay him. He already knows that part. So he's going to get it. See, there's people who think he's just doing this for the publicity. He knows he's going to get the publicity. He knows he's going to get the drama. But what does he say about drama? Remember these words, Cowboy fans. He's been saying it for 10 years. He said it the first time, and people thought he didn't know the language. He said, I have a high tolerance for ambiguity. And people had to, I'm talking about sports writers, had to look up, beat writers. What does ambiguity mean? That means he can handle the drama. He likes the chaos. In the words of Alec Medford, he enjoys the chaos. So this is what's going on. Jerry is enjoying his chaos.
And I think, too, with the almost being you hear the term glutton of punishment. Like he loves that part of it so much. Jane Slater for NFL Network,
who used to work at the Fan.
Yeah, no doubt was on the Insider Show last night, and I thought did a good job of just breaking down how we got to this point, where we are now, and maybe where to go next. So it's a little bit of a long audio piece here,
but it's worth it.
It's worth it. Yep. And we might chime in, but here's what Jane Slater had to say on the latest with the Micah Parsons situation.
Yeah, and I've talked to a number of people close to the situation going all the way back to the spring, and here's what I can tell you. It's August 1st, and there has been absolutely no offer or contract negotiation in writing exchanged between these two. Guys, I know about you. We've covered a number of contracts. This is sort of unprecedented, but I'm getting multiple sides of this story. So typically, the truth is somewhere here in the middle. Here is what I'm being told. There were conversations that began in late March, early April that started with Jerry Jones prompting Micah Parsons to come to his office, and they wanted to discuss leadership. At some point, they got into what a contract would or could look like. After Micah had explained some of the things that he wanted, it's my understanding that Jerry said, yep, let's sign off on it. One side says that whatever that offer was, and the number wasn't presented to me, that it would have made him the highest defensive player at that position.
All right, stop it right there. I think that's important. That's important stuff in this whole process, in that you've got the sides meeting, conversing, hashing out what needs to be done, but nothing formalized from it. And at some point, you have to have I would say, respect to the business component of all of this. And a handshake deal is great and whatnot, but if there truly was a desire to get to the finish line with this, which, and you know better than me, it sounds like Jerry and maybe Stephen Jones as well don't necessarily, they want to drag it out. But it sounds like the necessary conversation, progress, and almost the evolution of the process was in the works to be completed.
So let me tell you how this goes, because I've been covering the Cowboys since 1980. I've covered Jerry since he got here, every negotiation he's ever gone through, and I know the man backwards. This is what happened. He talked with Micah. He kind of got an idea from Micah, the parameters of what he's looking for. Micah told him, go talk to my agent the rest of the way. There was no handshake. There was no nothing. Jerry, in his perfect world, hoped to close a deal with the player, keep agents out of it. He did this with Tyron Smith while we were in training camp in Oxnard a few years ago. It was like, what? He got Tyron at training camp away from his agent and closed the deal. Had his signature on a contract. Tyron's not an agent. Jerry, again, he won that because guess what? He was able to get all the things he wanted out of it, and Tyron came in underpaid. With that being said, let's go back to Micah. He talked to Micah. Micah said, you need to talk to my agent. And that's where we are. Because guess what? They haven't talked to the agent, have they?
That seems like an important component.
So follow my points on this. Because I talk to agents, I talk to people in front offices, I talk to people who do the cap, because it's all important. They had David Mulligetta, who is the best agent in the NFL right now. He's gotten every one of his clients big money. Every position player he's negotiated the contract for, they were the highest paid at their position. And he also negotiated the contract from hell for the owners, which is Deshaun Watson's mega contract with Cleveland that was damn near fully guaranteed. And all these owners,
all the guaranteed money,
all the owners said that contract will never happen again. If they make it never happen again, it's collusion, but that's what happens. Nobody will ever come close to that contract, and Mulligetta pulled it off. Here's some more background on Mulligetta. He's from Dallas. He grew up here in Dallas. He knows all about the Cowboys and the ways of the Joneses. He's not naive. He's also not a swag guy, but he's only like maybe 40. I mean, he's low-key. He knows what he's doing. He's quiet. He gets it done. So guess what? It's Don't let me. You want some more? I'm gonna tell you what's really going on, but you talk some more. Go ahead.
Well, let's hear a little bit
here's
more
some more from Jane. I'll tell you some
Slater.
more because I can tell you all what's really going on.
It has been disputed by some sides because some sides allege because there was actually no contract offer and nothing in writing. And since then, there have been no ongoing negotiations.
That's Micah side.
How can we talk about what that number would have been if we actually never saw it in writing? Then I was also told that there was sort of this implied threat that if something didn't get done, that a trade could be on the table. And as you can see today, Micah Parsons, clearly frustrated, puts out a statement that he essentially feels disrespected by this organization because he, in good faith, went into the owner's office. They talked, but then it was not honored via a exchange with his agent to put this in writing. One person with knowledge argued back that they were told by the agent that they wouldn't even be negotiating until they were one of the last ones to the table after all the defensive ends had gotten their deals done. So it is a whole bunch of information, points of views, how we got here. But I will tell you guys, I've covered a lot of contentious contracts as it relates to the Cowboys. It can be frustrating at times, and a lot of times I say, oh, they're going to figure it out. Micah Parsons is a little bit of a different dude here. I don't know if I've ever seen a player come out and, as you said, Ian, sort of hit the nuclear button. Typically, we don't drop the bombs around here. It ends up with diplomacy. He fully knew what he was doing. He is remaining at camp, by the way. Yep. And I don't know about you guys. I have been in the crosshairs of Jerry and Stephen Jones, and they can make things very uncomfortable.
I'm like the popcorn Michael Jackson gif when I hear that. Just let's see what happens, because I think Micah Parsons, or as Jerry said a couple days ago, Michael Parsons. I think Micah Parsons is not your typical star player, and I know every player has their own unique personality. But the part of that cut from Jane Slater that really spoke volumes to me was the Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones may be up against a different type of animal in this type of negotiation setting.
Jake, just face it. Jerry's met his match. Micah knows this media game too well.
I don't know if we're necessarily there, but it's a game of hardball and a little bit of chicken being played.
But that's what Jerry likes to do. This is his sport. And again, for Tolo just texted in at 469 says, so you're saying that Jerry Jones tries to screw over his players? I said, no, he tries to win the negotiation. It's business to him, and it's like a player may be friends with another player on a different team, but when they play each other, they each want to win. So he's just trying to win. It's no hard feelings. In fact, Dak won the negotiations this past year when he signed the day of the deal. But in Jerry's mind, guess what? I kept him from being a total free agent at the end of the season where he could have gone to any team and we would get no compensation. So that's Jerry's mindset. Remember, he's not trying to here's what Steven and Jerry also do. They're good cop, bad cop. Jerry's the good cop because he's friends with the players. Generally speaking, most of the players, he absolutely loves them. To some fans' chagrin, he loves Zeke too much. Go on and on and on. Meanwhile, Steven's the bad cop. There is no player that will say, yeah, that's Stephen Jones, that's my guy. You'll never hear him say that. They'll just say, oh, Stephen, that's Jerry's son, or whatever. Stephen does that on purpose, too. He's like, I can wear the villain hat. I don't have a problem with that. So with those two doing it that way, guess what? They figure they got all the bases covered. And again, the drama, oh, Jerry knows that's ratings. Jerry knows that's clicks, that's likes, that's whatever you want to do. That's eyeballs. And he knows at the end, if he capitulates, he still wins because guess what? He got value out of it. Because the Cowboys, he said the worst thing that become the Cowboys is to become irrelevant. He doesn't care if you love them or you hate them. They've got to stay relevant. This, during the summertime, is making him relevant. He wins again.
And I think CeeDee Lamb's tweet is pretty indicative of certainly of how he feels, and probably a lot of us. He tweeted out, never fails, dog. Just pay the man what you owe him. No need for the extracurricular. But the extracurricular is what Jerry Jones loves. I also
it's real simple too. For any we get told texting in, well, he lose the negotiation against Dak. He does lose all those negotiations when it goes down to the wire. When you say it to a degree, but in his mind, I kept the player. You see what I'm saying? In his mind, he's enjoying the game. And if they if one of those guys blink, I'm talking about Micah, Dak, CD, whomever. If they blink, like Tyron did, he gets value out of it. He only loses if he loses a player and gets nothing out of it. So on the Dak contract again, when he signed the contract hours before the first game of the season last year, in Jerry's mind, he won. Because if it had gone through the whole season, because Dak wasn't going to negotiate during the season. At the end of the season, Dak would have said, I needed $75 million. I mean, he could have named his price because he was free to go to any other team that wanted him. And you can say, oh, all these other teams, he's not that good. Just why do you think they keep drafting quarterbacks higher than just on the expectation level? Because you don't know how good they might be. There's 15 teams with good quarterbacks. There's another 17 that have quarterbacks that suck.
Exactly. I also would add to that, just from a finality standpoint of all of this, that you still have to acknowledge the Cowboys as a team have the leverage with the contract. They can franchise tag him. And Mike is not going to miss. He's already made it pretty clear he doesn't want those game checks and the money being taken out of his pocket. So
put it like this. They always say that part. But just like Zach Martin last year, he got reimbursed. They just tack on another $1 million for the deal. And again, the numbers tell the story. It's one thing, okay, they can guarantee this much money or this money's going to count up against the cap so much this year. But also, they put language in these contracts. We were talking before the show, me and Keki Kev and Jet. It's like Trayvon Diggs. Lo and behold, he didn't realize he had a workout clause in his contract that you had to work out at the Star for $500,000. He didn't realize that. There was other players who had that same clause, but guess what? They knew that they were going to be there anyway.
Yeah.
So again, when anybody says, oh, I'm going to lose money by not being in these games, if they want to be back on that same team, those things get worked out. It's always an idle threat.
I love the momentum that we got going this morning. So let's keep it going.
I still haven't paid off what's really going on. So it's still going to happen.
Yeah,
I'm going to tell it a little later. You better Tolo, because I'm going to tell you what's Micah is just, believe it or not, he is the guy in the middle on this thing. He's collateral damage. I can't wait to explain the rest of this stuff.
Looking forward to that. Coming up next, we're going to continue the NFL conversation, but expand to the rest of the league. Let's go around the NFL next on 105.3 The Fan.
With the Bosch 18-volt Bulldog rotary hammer, you can conquer your construction needs. And when you can powerfully break through concrete, the more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
Tolos, now's the time to call in the pros, my friends, the Vining family at Greystone Roofing.
Our team gives your roof the full inspection workout, spotting damage before it benches your home with costly repairs.
Don't wait for the next storm to blow the whistle. Call Greystone Roofing today or visit them online at greystone-roofing.com and schedule your no-cost inspection. Greystone-roofing.com. Greystone-roofing.com. Let's get that roof game day ready.
Greystone Roofing.
We're built for Texas. Are you?
Your all-access pass to training camp is here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Raising Cane salutes The Fan and their top-rated coverage. So grab life by the chicken fingers with their awesome secret sauce at Raising Cane's One Love.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors?
it on The Fan.
It is 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Who else is upset in the National Football League? It's Saturday, August 2nd, and there's plenty of players just like Micah Parsons not too thrilled with exactly where they are. Jake Riepma alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
That was Khaki Kev on the smooth read and introduction here in CA.
You're about to talk about Scary Terry.
There you go. You just take it right from me, because Terry McLaurin has been a production machine. He has been really good when the Commanders were not really good, before Jaden Daniels. He has a breakout year last year, and he wants a new deal. I think he has a leg to stand on, but he is at the top of the list of notable players, aside from Micah Parsons, of course, notable players that you and I disagree on disgruntled. I think disgruntled, the semantics of it could mean a lot of different things. They're not happy. They don't have to be slamming things and flipping tables, but he's unsatisfied. How about that?
Yeah, he's dissatisfied. Unfortunately for him, his age is the issue. Mm-hmm. This is what's going on in D.C. And by the way, shout out to Von Miller, DeSoto's own edge rusher, Super Bowl MVP from back in the day with Denver and Buffalo this past couple of years. And Rams got a ring with the Rams. He just signed with the Commanders, for those who don't know. He's with the Washington Commanders, too. But back to Scary Terry, who is their, we call it a running back wide receiver nowadays.
A little bit of hybrid.
Yeah, hybrid.
Can I ask you a fun fact on Terry McLaurin? Because I've got the number pulled up right here. We just talked about how long he's been in D.C. Do you know how many quarterbacks Terry McLaurin has had during his tenure?
What has he played for, 7 or 8 years? Probably around there?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
7 years.
Since 2019.
Give me 7 quarterbacks.
All right.
One for each year.
Yeah, there were a couple of years that you had
several.
What was it wasn't Heineken, but that's who I'm thinking.
Heineke.
Yeah, that's who I think. I just always think of the beer company.
Mm-hmm. You might even had Colt McCoy for a minute. You never know.
Probably did. I'll go 8. I'll take like the Price is Right strategy. You just guess one more than the person in front of you.
13.
Wow.
Carson Wentz, Alex Smith, Haskins, Colt McCoy, Case Keenum, Kyle Allen, Taylor Heineke, Garrett Gilbert.
Yeah, Garrett Gilbert.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, Sam Howell, and Jaden Daniels.
Jeez, oh, Pete. And the guy's still getting it done.
Exactly.
So this is the deal, unfortunately for him. Most wide receivers in the NFL, they get paid by their 7th year. You know what they got? But the deal is, when he was drafted, he was an older player. It wasn't like he was a young player. It wasn't like he was 19 or 20 years old when he was 21. So he was already older. And the Commanders are sticking to their guns about, well, your age. You're 30. You're going to be 31 going into the season, and wide receivers decline, even though you've been very productive. And his agent is trying to say he's got more experience than some of those guys who are going to their 7th year, so he's more valuable. And they're like, but he's going to fall off the cliff, so we can't give him that same kind of money like top 5. We'll give you 10, top 10 wide receiver, but we can't give you that because you're older and you're going to decline. So that's the stalemate right there.
It'll be interesting to see what plays out, because if you're a Commanders fan, obviously in the same division as the Cowboys, it feels like, wait a second, we go all the way to the NFC Championship last year and are so close, and anyone knows your window, that's such a fun buzzword, your window can unexpectedly open, which I think the improvement of the quarterback play that was shooting to the top of the league in quarterback play with how good Jaden Daniels was is all of a sudden now you're like, wait a second, this was supposed to be the season we were actually excited for as a Commanders fan for the first time in a while, and now you got this kind of as the dark cloud over it. But other NFL news,
they'll figure something out.
Yeah, they absolutely will. As we go around the National Football League.
Because guess what? They can franchise tag him.
Yeah, that would be. And they just made the move for Debo as well.
That's another reason why he's mad.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm the same guy, and he's making more than me.
Yeah, and if you believe the photos, and I don't know, I'm always
Debo look fat. Is that what
yeah, I say I never know with AI now, and you got Bobby making some of the best AI songs, which we're gonna have to play that one back at some point today. The one I believe it was yesterday. My days are all mixed up, but the AIs. Anytime I see something that seems a little bit off, I'm always cautious now. And
are you saying Luka's body pictures are AI too?
You better tell Men's Health.
I was just gonna say not the one on the magazine.
Put it like this: he actually was at a Yankees game or something, so people can see with their own eyes that Luka has lost the weight.
Yeah,
but we digress.
But I was gonna say, when you're talking about the Debo Samuel thing, just remember about the James Harden transition.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
That's another
good
one.
point.
Yeah, Harden was chunky, and then he got back and forth.
All right, some other NFL news. This broke this morning. Adam Schefter reporting that Zach Allen and the Denver Broncos agreeing to a 4-year, $102 million deal. And what a concept here, because here's a guy who has been nothing but productive, and the Broncos as an organization getting out in front of his next deal, showing a little bit of proactiveness to get this deal done, and getting him to the point of $69.5 million guaranteed. Allen was entering the last year of his deal, but no longer. How about that? And we're not in Denver, so maybe there was some drama around that, but it seems pretty straightforward. Guy's been killing it on the field, entering his final year. Let's get the new deal done, sign it with ink, and here we go.
Sean Payton. Put it like this: it makes Cowboy fans very frustrated because there's always some drama involved, even when you know you're going to bring the guy back. And the Cowboys have never brought back somebody that they really wanted to keep, and they really want to keep Micah. So at the same time, you look at these other deals and go, how come it can't be like this?
This is a crazy stat on how good Zach Allen was last year. His 50 pass rush wins when lined up as a defensive tackle were far and away the most in the National Football League as a defensive tackle. He had 50. The next closest, this is crazy, Chris Jones for the Chiefs, obviously really good player.
Yep.
Quinnen Williams.
Yep.
They were tied for second. And Kev, you had a little over-under action, a little trivia here. What do you guys think the second most defensive tackle pass rush wins were, with Zach Allen having 50? The second most.
If I'm guessing,
Currently in the league?
This is from last year, statistically.
Yeah, last year.
40.5.
I'm going to say 40.
34.
Wow.
34. So, Kev, you were over. Price is Right style. CAU win. No, I guess you were over, too. Yeah, we were both over. I need someone to say $1. Come on. But, no, he was dominant at the position. And, again, it's more of the concept that we're figuring out here, where coming up on your final year of the deal, and they just get it done.
Wait, what's going to be the over under for Mozzie and his win rate? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
golly,
10.
Why you got to do
How
that?
much do they make on the practice
I'm just
squad?
trying to make the bar be low, and he shocks the world.
I try to tell you guys about these.
We knew
these former Michigan players.
Every Cowboy fan knows this. That's why they were calling Mozzie Taco.
Yeah, you're
Taco
right.
Charlton.
They knew with Mozzie.
They knew. They're like, no.
In his time at Michigan, there was always just stuff, and
you covered it.
That's right. That's why I was my previous station was the flagship for the Michigan Wolverines, so the Harbaugh stuff, and the one that really, I fall out of my chair is the Joe Milton conversation, because everybody's excitement, and I don't try to do this disrespectful to Joe Milton.
Wait. Slow down, because this is good information for Cowboy fans. You're talking about the Cowboys' backup quarterback here, Joe Milton.
Correct.
Because you covered him.
Yes, and shout out to RJ Choppy, because he transferred to Tennessee.
So he's kept up with him too.
Right. RJ loves himself any former Vol, but especially Joe Milton, because of this guy looks like he was built in a lab.
He looks like Cam Newton.
He's a flipping quarterback.
He is. Yes, that is a good way to put it. But
yeah, he can try to flip. He
has never shown the ability to play the quarterback position at an effective level.
No.
And I'm like doubting Thomas, to use a biblical character. I'm doubting Thomas. I need to see it to believe it.
Put it like this. I don't give him enough credit. Or put it like this. I give him the same amount of credit I was giving Anthony Richardson. I'm like, Anthony Richardson, a half a season worth of highlights does not make him a great quarterback.
Yeah,
I'm talking about when he was in Florida. I'm like, no.
Highlights are a great way to put it because you see what he's capable of. But
Like
it's
turning
just,
a backflip.
Right. It's just not done at a consistent level. But how? Wow.
That's why I think, what's his name from West Virginia is going to be on this roster. They're going to keep 3 quarterbacks.
Oh, Will Grier. Yeah,
Will Grier. Because Will Grier knows the system. He's one of the Dak's closest friends, and everybody in the locker room always loves Will Grier. So I can see him. Like I said, he's going to make that Chase Daniels money to me.
Absolutely. First hour flying by in the books. My goodness. It's a Saturday morning. We haven't even gotten a CA weather update report. Maybe we'll do that next. It's a little cloudy out there. And we'll continue to have a lot of fun here on 105.3 The Fan. What is ESPN ruining next? That's coming up on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a...
right here on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee. That's right. You know what it is. It's the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold, and yours truly, Jake Riepma, with you on 105.3 The Fan, your home for the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. Thanks, as always, for hanging out with us on a weekend. We got the fan cam going, so I'm going to figure this out at one point. If you're listening on the radio, just envision me waving to one of these fan cams in there, because we got no, I know, Kev, I know it's that one, but I like to give the people the panoramic 360 view. We're all over the place. I made sure I was ready for the fan cam today, put all my stage makeup on, and I got my SMU hat on though today, because there's nothing like some good I'll say peer pressure, work pressure. My guy Bobby Belt in the mornings always just giving me a hard time, saying you don't rep enough Texas stuff, state of Texas. So this is one of my all-time favorite.
You can rep Texas stuff. I can help you with that.
Yeah, relax. Baby steps here. Baby steps. But
well, you represent with the Dan Campbell.
I got my coffee, my favorite SMU Mustangs logo hat. I got my Mavs shirt from the sidewalk sale at the AAC a couple of weeks ago, where I got all kinds of good stuff. And CAU is always just cool, calm, and collective, chilling there with some Mavs gear on. But what do we got going on with these? Before we get into what ESPN has ruined, or potentially could be ruining, because they love to ruin our favorite things. We've got, is it just me, or is the dark clouds rolling in? What type of clouds are we working with here?
Here's the deal. There's going to be scattered showers, not a high probability, like 38% in North Texas around 2 o'clock. Between 2 and 3, there's going to be some scattered showers, and it's going to burn off again, which means it's going to be like Houston weather. It's going to be very humid. High today is going to be 91, which has not been as hot as last week. I wasn't here last week. I can't even tell you what I've heard, like 100 degrees a couple of times last week. I was in Brazil. Me and my family went down to Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. This time of year in Brazil, because it's south of the equator, it was wintertime. So the high temperatures there, 77, lows 60. Felt like I was in Hawaii.
There you go.
Very spectacular, beautiful. Again, this temperature right here, 91, it ain't going to hurt you like it did last week with 100 degrees, but it should burn off, and it's not going to rain in your area. And if it does, you're one of the scattered shower people.
There you go. Scattered. I always
currently right now it's like 82.
Perfect. I was also doing some traveling last weekend. That's why we weren't on together. So we'll have a little.
Where were you going?
Vacation. We got a little vacation recap coming up in the Jake Break segment later in the hour. So I don't want to, if you follow me on social media, I was on the water because it's the summertime. You got to get on the water. I've been telling Medford, who we're going to talk with at noon, he's got to drive a jet ski. A jet ski will change his life. There's no more euphoric feeling than being on the water in a jet ski going 60 miles per hour, the wind in your face. But that's coming up in the Jake Break.
Did you wipe out?
A little disappointed you didn't come back with some color there, Jake.
Oh, what are you talking about? Come on. I can't shake my golfer's tan. That's the problem. I did get sunburn on it. We're getting too much into this. Nobody cares that I got sunburn, but you don't think I have any color? Come on, CA. I need the close.
I didn't say it. It was.
I'm sorry, Kevin. Yeah.
I'm collateral damage over here. He's just spraying everybody.
I am. Yeah, it's just.
Look, it's not like I'm one to speak, okay?
Yeah.
I mean,
I get defensive about that. I'm not as bad as my brother is worse, so he's way pale, and then my younger brother tans and looks like he's not even a Caucasian male, So I'm somewhat in between, I like to think. But who doesn't love a good ball busting? Yeah, thank you. Who doesn't love a good ball busting? I love it.
940 says, I'm telling you fellas right now, it's humid and sticky on the rooftop with the AC units. That's Jaime in Fort Worth. And 601 says, got you down riding shotgun, headed to L.A., riding through Midland, Odessa right now, gonna stay in El Paso tonight.
That's a hell of a road trip.
It sure is.
Goodness, good for you. But the announcement came out, and CA, I'm a sucker for this type of stuff. The media news and who's going to be hosting what show, and it's probably just...
They fired Shannon Sharp.
Yeah, they did. They sure did. He is out at ESPN. But the most recent headline that has me scratching my head a little bit, because there are a few things in life more sacred than a Sunday NFL Red Zone. 8 hours, commercial-free football, Scott Hansen, the Octobox, everything about NFL Red Zone you love. It represents what we as crazy football fans love, and that's just being able to watch 8 games at once, seeing what player from your fantasy football team just scored a touchdown, and the crazy news story that's out there, a number of different outlets reporting it. I've got the Yahoo article pulled up right now, is in the New York Times as well, but ESPN is planning to acquire NFL Red Zone and other NFL media assets in a billion, with a B, $1 billion agreement.
Billion.
And the thought of what could end up to, again, one of my all-time favorite, most sacred things, NFL Red Zone, in ESPN's control, I get a little nervous about that.
What do you think's going to happen?
I am fearful that ESPN will find a way to
put Stephen A. Smith on every break.
I mean, you can. It doesn't have to. Stephen A. Smith is a good example, but ESPN's entire model has turned into arguing and personality based. Which, sure, there's some truth to that. And you're seeing Fox Sports 1 follow the same thing with the addition of Dave Portnoy and Barstool content in their pregame show. But there's something just so simple about NFL Red Zone where it's just the games. It's just the action on the field. And for a Sunday afternoon, you just can turn your brain off, and it doesn't matter what your take is. It doesn't matter, your opinion on something, or you don't have to be screaming and argumentative with people about different sports topics. You just watch the game. And I'm fearful that you're going to put a personality instead of Scott Hansen, and you're maybe going to put more people out there so there can be more commentary and conversation instead of the games.
That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Just let Scott Hansen be Scott Hansen. Yes. We don't need anyone else.
And I'm also a little bit fearful that the production value goes down a little bit because...
Well, wait a minute. Why would the production value go down if they're acquiring the NFL's whole stuff? Not just the rights to it. The whole thing. I only bring this up because I'm curious, and I don't know. When they got inside the NBA, the only way they were to get it was to hire the entire staff, not just Charles Kenny.
So it's just a different.
They got the entire. They're going to still do it out of Atlanta. They're going to do the whole thing and have the same director, the same camera guys, everything. That was the package that ESPN couldn't touch. So you don't think they're going to do the same thing?
I worry because, and according to this article, the official announcement from the deal is expected next week, which I'm sure will break down exactly what the specific components of the transition will be. But I think ESPN's production team,
they're going to pimp it.
They are, and
they're going to start adding little teases.
It's a little thing, but you watch ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, and some of this is because, I'll admit it, I'm a baseball head and old, get off my lawn yelling at clouds, old man when it comes to baseball sometimes. But their production level and presentation of the broadcast has diminished, in my opinion. And you saw it with, I think, the College World Series is another good example of that, where you've got, it's little things, but, the highlights going to break cut off at the wrong time, or the audio from the sideline reporter in the dugout reporter is not great, and the wrong graphic is up there. Things of that nature that I shouldn't put as much attention on it. But again, I go back to how much I love NFL Red Zone, and if anything is even slightly below the standard that's been set, I think it'll stand out to me.
So tell me this, if the NFL, I'm just being devil's advocate, if the NFL had done the same kind of things that you're afraid of, you'd be happy with it. In other words, not ESPN, the same, like ESPN says, we've talked to the NFL and they said this is what they really were planning to do anyway. that wouldn't make. In other words, if they never did anything other, they never talked about ESPN's fingers on it. Would you be happy with whatever upgrade that the end?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good.
I'm curious.
Yeah, a really good devil's advocate question and a good avenue to go down to, because my mind, and make sure I'm understanding this correctly, where my mind goes to is there was always Thursday night football, and then Amazon Prime came on to be the platform of Thursday night football. And what did they do? They went out and got Kirk Herbstreit. They got an awesome pregame show
Al
with
Michaels.
Richard Sherman. Al Michaels on the call, and sometimes we know Thursday night football are pretty sloppy games. And,
that's the game
it's
because
part
it's a
of
short
it.
week.
Exactly. But I love what Amazon Prime did to put their fingerprints on the Thursday night broadcast. And a lot of it is personality driven. Admittedly, I love Kirk Herbstreit, and he can upset people and so on and so forth. But that crew, Fitzmagic was on there as well. I thought that crew, from pregame to game presentation to postgame, just did a tremendous job with making Thursday night football their own. And I see the opposite effect happening if you take something that's so unique and so, I keep saying sacred, like it's this untouchable thing. But NFL Red Zone is so unique to what it is that then you just toss it into this big bucket of ESPN production that we've seen different ESPN production elements suffer, where I'm fearful that will happen again.
Well, there's a lot of people who feel the same way you do, because they felt the same way when TNT lost the rights to Inside the NBA. They're like, oh no, what are they going to do now? And thank God people were upset about it, because that made ESPN pause and say, you know what? We're going to have to make sure we get all of them, because Charles is going to retire.
Hey,
we don't take care of the entire staff.
I was going to say, since we are talking about ESPN, and I'm calling an audible here, have y'all seen this clip of Michelle Obama talking about ESPN?
No.
No?
Oh, this is out of nowhere.
Okay, I'm playing this for y'all. This is Michelle Obama.
This is not AI?
No. This is Michelle Obama and on a podcast, and they're talking about ESPN.
If I listen to ESPN for an hour, it's like watching The Real Housewives of Atlanta. It's the same drama, and they're yelling at each other, and they don't get along. Stephen A. Smith, he's just like every other
he'd
talk
be a
show
great
host.
Real Housewife.
He would be, right?
It would be amazing.
So that's why I'm like, what's the difference? It's just, it's just sociological drama. If I listen to
Kev, that's why you're the best, right there.
A male reality show.
I did not have Michelle Obama audio on my bingo card today, but that ties in perfectly.
Well, she's saying some stuff, isn't she?
Yeah.
It's kind of like, what makes you think?
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. And the NFL, and again, the official announcement is expected later this week, and the deal will require regulatory approval, which typically takes 9 to 12 months. So, I think even at
this year, you're going to get your regular red zone.
Right.
And it's not going to take effect until at least next year, if it's approved.
Yes. And I believe, I got to double check this, but I believe the soonest it could happen would be next year. So, we'll, again, learn more from this announcement.
972 says, yep, sports really has become a male soap opera. It always has been, to a degree. That's why the Cowboys, Jerry Jones from the get-go realized this, and because in Textram before him, the Cowboys on at 3 in the afternoon all the time. They didn't want to be the noon game, 3 o'clock, and they also wanted to be on Thanksgiving, because the NFL wanted to add another game besides the Detroit game, and all the other teams said no, and Textram said, nope, we want to be a part of that too, because that's what it is, soap opera. Let me add some Cowboy cheerleaders while I'm at it. That's what he did.
No, you're exactly right. So I'm just continuing to read some of the specifics on this deal. That obviously the linchpin of this deal is the NFL Red Zone, but there will be some other assets included in all of this, including NFL Game Day Kickoff and the Insiders, some of the popular shows on that are NFL assets specifically.
So all those shows, they're going to get paid by ESPN now.
It'll be interesting. College Game Day, I've talked pretty negative about ESPN. I do love what they've done with College Game Day. That's been a sustained show for a long time. I'm also a college football junkie, so
a lot of people are down here.
Right. And you could, put, maybe Paul Feinbaum sometimes is entertaining on college football coverage for goodness sakes. But their personality-driven College Game Day has worked a lot better, in my opinion, than some of these other personality-driven shows, because you got the contrast of Pat McAfee with Nick Saban and Herb Street, and then I think Reese Davis just does such a good job of just facilitating it all.
Speaking of these pregame shows, I want Cowboy fans to think about this, because you might have forgotten. This is going to be the first time in 100 years that Jimmy Johnson is not doing your pregame and postgame.
Yeah, that's
Fox.
a great point.
He has retired. He's in his 80s now. And so, a lot of people just used to, you're talking about soap opera meals, they're used to seeing Howie and Kurt. And by the way, Kurt used to work here at Channel 5. He was there before News Scruggs was there. I'm not sorry, he's Channel 11. Kurt Menefee. And of course, you got, go down the list, Terry Bradshaw, who, by the way, unless he's moved, he lives in South Lake. I don't know if you knew that or not.
No, I did not know that.
He was living in South Lake. He would catch the Cowboys charter on the ride home.
Interesting.
Yep, it was right there.
No kidding.
So, Jimmy's gone. He's retired.
One more from the 817. ESPN has become Walmart. No matter what crap they put out to us, people will still consume it simply based on the name. They are. It's kind of like the big box chain that, I guess I am kind of a nerd when it comes to some of the production elements and specifics, but you watch an ESPN broadcast, even Monday Night Football, it just they got the green score bug. It's little things, the score bug and things like that.
They tried to save it with get Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, because think about it, before those two guys, what a mess.
Oh, that was brutal. That was so bad.
Boog in the Boogmobile.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he was like
it was a damn shame.
It looked like he was the boss at the end of like an N64 Star Fox game, and he's driving the Boogermobile around, and no disrespect to Jason Witten, but he was put in a bad spot because you had a 3-person booth with Joe Tessitore, who's a specific type of announcer, but he's very boxer, like promoting
boxing. Yeah. Well, here's the deal, and you're repeating what I was saying, because I felt bad for Jason Witten too, because bottom line was they were thinking they were getting Tony Romo. Tony Romo had a relationship with
Tessitore.
No.
Oh, Witten.
No, with Jim Nantz. They knew each other. So that was like they were friends. They slammed these guys together, and all three of them were trying to prove themselves to a viewing audience. And so they were, even though they had good information, they wanted to one up each other a little bit. No chemistry. And unfortunately for Jason, a couple of times he misspoke, and they just buried him after that.
Yep. And the internet is undefeated. It's not kind to people. I mean, people are still talking about the Coldplay concert and the CEO. And
how dare you sue them? For his
that was wild. But let's do some college football next. Don't go anywhere. It's 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to be your Buc-ee's of radio. Where you stay for a while. Except we can't promise our bathrooms are going to be clean with these guys. Stick around. More laughs and sports ahead right here on The Fan, the Odyssey app, the iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Best Buy Windows and Siding. Hi, I'm Dax Kirks, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding, and I just want to say thank you. Over half of our business now comes from referrals. That means happy customers are telling friends and family about us, and that means the world. If you want real value, no haggling, and full transparency, we're your people. No gimmicks, just honest work at a fair price. Call 469-WINDOWS. That's 469-WINDOWS, or visit us at bestbuywindowsandsiding.com. Thank you, North Texas. We're just getting started.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, we understand it's not just our next-door neighbors who inspire us every day. It's our neighbors across the country, across all communities. And while Blue Cross has been your one local and trusted healthcare partner for over 95 years, it's our wide scope of products, services, and technologies that allows us to have a deeper understanding for everyone, everywhere, elevating the highest levels of preventive care and overall wellness, one member at a time. It's that unique Blue Cross service and commitment through all stages of life that connects us hand in hand, ensuring you always have access to quality, affordable health care with that personal touch, always finding new ways to deliver on our oldest promise, to keep you at the center of everything we do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. Through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dallas, big news about electronic smoking devices. Starting December 2025, vaping will be included in the city's smoking ban. That means no vaping in places where smoking is already prohibited, like indoor spaces within 15 feet of entrances and on park property. The new ordinance was approved by the City Council on December 11th, 2024, and it will take effect in December of this year, allowing for a 1-year grace period for the public, business owners, and operators to come into compliance. For all the details, visit greendallas.net.
Career changers include...
Saffron Squad?
Up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Breaking news into 105.3 The Fan, and that is why you turn it on and leave it on. We'll get into some college football stuff in just a moment. But right now, we got some NBA breaking news that is significant to say the least. Mark Stein and others reporting, Shams as well. He's talking about it right now. Luka Doncic. Recognize that name, CA? You heard of it?
Get to the point.
Luka Doncic has signed a 3-year, $165 million contract extension with the Lakers. The deal contains a player option for year number 3.
Yes, this is actually a lot of people were thinking, circle the calendar for August the 2nd, because that's the time, the exact date when he did his Mavericks extension years ago. And so that would coincide when he makes his move. Because a lot of people were like, oh, he needs to sign this extension. This is all in the month of July. They're, Luka might leave. Yeah, they would do that. And then I was like, Luka's lost all this weight. Or what's Luka going to do? Luka signed this 3-year extension, $165 million. And way back when they were talking about how that probably would be the smartest thing he could do, because he could always force a trade, a la Jimmy Butler, a la anybody else in the league if you're that kind of a superstar, if he were unhappy. So he could still get as much money as he possibly could if he signed the 3-year max, which is $165 million. It contains a player option for year number 3. So again, boom, he's good. Luka even commented. He just tweeted this 7 minutes ago. He says, quote, I just signed my extension with the Lakers, excited to keep working to bring championships to LA and make Laker Nation proud. Grateful to the Lakers, my teammates, and all the fans who've shown so much love since day one. This is just the beginning. And there's a picture of him signing his contract, and boy, he looks skinny.
Skinny Luka. That's what I was going to say next. And
favors the ball.
Yeah, thank you, Nico. The skinny Luka comparison, he looks like he did when he came into the league. He really does.
He's lost over 30 pounds. The thing all Maverick fans always noted about Luka is because he's always shown some off-season workout pictures where he's looked in shape. And it's like, I think I saw somebody quoted this best. Yeah, July Luka always looks good. Show me January Luka, because that's what always happens.
To me, the winter bears, like hibernation.
Yeah, to me, it's always about what are his habits during the regular season, because literally he would eat after games because he's young. Like, I can work it off or whatever. Dude was always eating after the games. So again, what does he look like in the regular season in January? That's for those who want to see if he's going to keep the weight off. But he does look good, and he's on the cover of Men's Health magazine. And at the same time, that's not the only other NBA news that's going on. That's the breaking news.
I did want to say real quick, Khaki Kev, you had this. I wanted to give you credit for it and worth sharing. Luka also pledged $5 million to 77 different potential up-and-coming athletes to follow their dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he put it out. So, like CA just read, he put that post out. I thought it was really well done by him and Mark Stein. Those are who I saw it from first, Stein, and then Luka put his out first. So I thought that was really cool. But yeah, Luka put his own post out that he signed the extension, and right underneath that, kind of in a thread thing, he said, I'm also going to be donating $5 million to 77 different athletes. And, say what you want about Luka and whatever he did with Dallas. He's always been willing to give back. He's been on this Jordan run, going to 3 different cities, went to LA. We just talked about he was in New York.
Yeah,
he's always given back to the youth, and this is just another example of that.
Yeah, he did. He talked about this on the Mind the Game podcast. Steve Nash has taken over since JJ Redick has stopped the Old Man and the 3 podcast. He does this with LeBron, and Luka was the guest, and they all 3 were talking about doing stuff like that because they don't like the way kids try to get funneled into one sport like AAU, and then they can't really love the game anymore. So this is part of Luka spreading his love beyond just the skill set on the court.
One more note, I got to give a shout out to my guy, Jeffrey Cooperstein, Chuck Cooperstein's son. He just tweeted this out. Give a little Mavericks tie-in. His Supermax in Dallas was 5 years, $346 million. And the difference with California and Texas taxes might be about a $200 million difference. Golly! It never stops hurting, guys. Come on.
Just facts. Oh, and the Dallas Mavericks made some news during the week. If you didn't hear about this, they announced that they've hired and appointed a new team president. He's not replacing anybody. He's adding to He's going to be reporting to CEO Rick Welts. Rick Welts is the guy that replaced St. Marshall when she retired. Rick Welts, of course, is a basketball Hall of Famer, one of the few executives in the Hall of Fame. And Ethan Kaysen is going to basically free up Rick Welts to primarily focus on the new basketball arena. Case is going to do the day-to-day stuff. So Rick Welts, he's going to be able to focus on this new arena. And I think he was talking about on one of the TV networks that they're going to have there's like 2 locations within the city of Dallas that they're looking at right now, and hopefully they can get a deal done. There are also other reports that this is not just going to be an arena. It's going to be a mixed-use development area. In other words, apartments and shopping and all those kind of things, restaurants, all those things that go along with it. And the other thing that's interesting about Kaysen, he comes from the Minnesota Timberwolves, and he helped them remodel their facility. But more importantly, way back before then, he was with the 49ers and helped get them and that Levi Stadium done.
Oh, which is a beautiful stadium.
Which is a beautiful stadium, one of the most beautiful stadiums in the NFL. Of course, Rick Welts created and put together the move from Oakland to San Francisco with the Warriors going to the Chase Center, which is the second best facility in the NBA, right behind the one that the Clippers have that Steve Ballmer put together.
Oh, yeah, the Intuitive
insane.
Dome. Oh, yeah, that's all absolutely
crazy.
insane. Yeah,
so for Maverick fans who were concerned, they're going to just leave and go to Las Vegas. No, it's going to be in Dallas, and it's going to be state-of-the-art. And for people wondering, what about the Dallas Stars? The Dallas Stars apparently will be staying at the American Airlines Center because they're not tied together with the Mavericks. The other thing about the Mavericks, they're going to stay through the length of their contract with the American Airlines Center through 2031.
Appreciate that, CA.
And the preseason schedule has been announced.
Oh, look at that! And where the Mavs? I know we mentioned it, but just in case somebody missed it, where are they doing some training camp action?
Training camp will start in September in Vancouver, Canada.
Everybody's got their passport.
Everybody's like, what? Canada?
Well, Peyton can see Vancouver.
It's very. Who can?
Peyton can see all the way to Vancouver.
Where is he right now?
Oh, he's probably turning on, leaving it on. I asked him what he had going on this weekend. He said nothing too much. But Peyton, of course, the morning show producer, said one time you can see all the way to Vancouver. So he can see training camp.
From Texas. Okay.
Yeah.
With that being said, that's just one nugget. Preseason games, they're going to start the preseason against Oklahoma City, the defending champion. Then they will host the I couldn't hear you. The Charlotte Hornets. They'll play them. The game against Oklahoma City is going to be in Fort Worth at the Dickies Arena.
Oh, there you go.
It's going to be unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then they will go to Las Vegas to play Luka and the Lakers.
Look out.
So will Luka take on Cooper Flagg? Usually it's just the young guys, but hey, it might be too tempting.
Yeah,
it might be too tempting for Luka to play a preseason game again. The NBA knows what they're doing.
No, they know exactly what
Sexy
they're doing.
matchup.
Appreciate that NBA news, CA, and the update on everything with the Dallas Mavericks. And the breaking news on 105.3 The Fan that Luka has, in fact, signed a 3-year, $165 million contract extension with the Lakers. And that's why our college football kegger segment's a little bit abbreviated, but we still got time to get into some college football kegger.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Shout out to the morning show and Sean and RJ, of course, with Bobby Bell. This is my all-time favorite intro, and that's why we like to run it back on the weekends sometimes, especially when we're getting closer and closer to college football. But I love the Lou Holtz line and everything. But I've got a list here, CA.
People do love lists.
They sure do. Top 25 teams with the best chance, the top 32 teams with the best chance to make the college football playoff. Remember, there's a couple of different changes with the seeding. You're not going to be guaranteed that first round bye. And so the team that, and this list is from ESPN, by the way, so I talk all that junk about ESPN, but they do have some good lists. The number one team, who do you think, that has the very best chance in college football to reach the playoffs?
Texas Longhorns.
The Texas Longhorns, of course it
Arch
is.
Manning.
Yeah, that's
You
right.
got the quarterback. It all starts from there.
Fresh off a 13-3 season and an appearance in the college football playoff, the Longhorns won 2 games in the playoffs before falling to Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl. Number 2, and we'll work our way quickly through these, the Georgia Bulldogs.
I was going to say.
Ohio State is number 3, the defending champs. Now, this one's interesting. Number 4, you have a guess?
Number 4, give me Penn State.
Great guess, because they're getting all kinds of high praise from the Big Ten. But I would even say this coach might be somewhat on the hot seat. It's the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Ain't no way in hell. He is on the hot seat.
First year for Kalen DeBoer era in Tuscaloosa was a tad disappointing compared to Alabama's standards.
Yeah.
They finished with a 9-4 record. They were 5-3 in the SEC. Penn State is at 5, so there you have it. And these, of course, are the teams with the best chances to make the college football playoffs. Coming in at number 6, it still sounds funny to say out of the Big Ten, the Oregon Ducks, the defending Big Ten champions. But, man, did they get just absolutely obliterated in that Rose Bowl game against Ohio State. I mean, the speed of Ohio State made Oregon look like they were standing still.
They're like ducks on a sitting water.
There you go. A lot of people high on the Clemson Tigers. They've rebuilt their roster after a couple of down years, a 3-year absence, but they still found a way to win the ACC. Remember, they had that late night, last-minute win over SMU, but SMU still got into the college football playoffs. Number 8.
Before you say date, let me guess. Is it Notre Dame? Because we haven't heard.
We haven't heard from Notre Dame, and they are number 9.
Oh.
So you're close there. But this one's kind of a wild card. It's the Miami Hurricanes. Because remember, Miami...
Cam's gone.
Yeah, exactly. Cam's gone. But something about being in the ACC, people don't necessarily give the ACC the credit or the prowess that some of the other power conferences have. Their toughest game is against Notre Dame. They also play Florida in a non-conference game, and of course Louisville in the ACC as well. Because what was interesting about Miami last year, obviously Cam Ward and all that talent, they were a bad loss to Syracuse away from making the college football playoffs.
Yep.
So can Cristobal and company keep the Miami Hurricanes or get the Miami Hurricanes to their first college football playoffs? Because say what you will about Miami, when they're good, it's fun for college football.
Yeah, the U.
So
turnover chain.
I mentioned Notre Dame's number 9. Rounding out the top 10, RJ Choppy's Tennessee Volunteers.
Yeah.
And I love what Josh Heupel did in taking a stand. I just hate to say against Nico Alamadama Ding Dong, and from here on forward will be Nico. And that they weren't just going to cater to his NIL demands. He signed a contract, so he's out. What can the Vols do? They made the playoffs last year, but just like the Ducks, just got steamrolled by Ohio State. So there's your top 10. I'm going to jump down.
Before you go through the jump down, because you mentioned, UT, Ohio State. Ohio State was number 3?
Yes.
Remember, everybody, that's the first game of the regular season. Texas versus Ohio State.
That's going to be so fun. Arch Manning and the Ryan Day-led Buckeyes. Well, Arch Manning and, of course, the Longhorns taking on the Ryan Day and Ohio State Buckeyes.
Does he wear a mascara?
You know what's horrible? Because I like to make fun of Ryan Day.
Everybody does.
I thought, he was always the butt of the jokes, but I got to give him so much credit because his team was in shambles.
I promise you, they were. I thought he was done.
I did too.
Everybody did. Fired.
Not only did they lose to Michigan, they were fighting on the field, and he was like a ghost watching it, and then utters to an assistant, "What happened?" Like, what do you mean, what happened? Your team's fighting the other team.
Yeah, with flags.
Right, all melee is breaking out on the field, and you're just watching it happen, and for whatever reason, somehow, some way, they found a way to rally.
They sure did. I was shocked.
And give them credit. They made an impressive run. But I want to mention the last 2 teams, according to this list, of the top 32 teams with a chance to make the college football playoffs, both from the great state of Texas. Our neighbors over there at Fort Worth, TCU Horned Frogs at 31, Texas Tech Red Raiders at 32.
That'll work.
There you go. All right.
Sky's the limit.
No doubt about that. Maybe we'll mix some more college
Where
football.
was SMU? Did they say?
SMU, great question.
Because they got to be higher than those two.
Right. SMU is at 20.
There you go.
Rhett Lashley, 42 new scholarship athletes on the football team. That's crazy. That number just stood out to me. So many new faces for SMU, but you still got Kevin Jennings at quarterback.
South Oak Cliff.
There you go. We'll keep talking college football at some point throughout the rest of the show, but coming up next, we got to kick our feet up. We got a little Jake break. And CA, I'm going to need you on this one. It's vacation do's and don'ts because we're both coming back from vacation. A little recap. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the...
back to 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
We've been cruising right along on a Saturday morning. It's that portion in the program where we kick our feet up. Maybe we take a little bit of a break. How about a Jake break?
I'm
a people person. I absolutely insist on enjoying life, not a workhorse.
He's not some walk-on scrub, yo. This boy's a player. He's a star. And he busted his butt for you.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Stay calm.
The Jake Break's real simple. We got a discussion, a topic, and a collaborative, open, honest, hopefully some advice for me. That's usually what I use the Jake Break for. But 877-881-1053. Shout out to Tolo Gordon, who named it the Jake Break. Almost a year ago already. Jake Riepma, the three-time Hall of Famer. Chris Arnold with me. And CA, This is where the Tolos sometimes take over because I like a good hashing out. Yeah, I worked with the guy who said, let's just have a frank, open, honest discussion. You and I, both back from vacation. We took a little time off. You work hard, you play hard. You were in Brazil.
Yep, Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo.
Look at that.
Just got back yesterday.
I, over the weekend, had my charity golf outing back in my home state in Michigan. And so there was still some work at the front half of the trip. And the golf outing raises funds for the scholarship in for my late parents, who I've told on the story on these airways many times. But my father coached football at the Division II college level. My mother also was involved with all the different aspects of that, and there's a scholarship that honors their lasting legacy and memory. So it's a really fun time to get everybody together and celebrate, and I don't want to spend too much time on it, but that was the front half of the weekend. My fiance's family flew in for it. Great golf outing, raised a lot of money for an awesome cause. And then the back half of the weekend, had a little fun up in northern Michigan. RJ Choppy and I, that's one of the first things we bonded over because he goes up there to play golf.
Yes, he does.
Beautiful this time of the year. I spent a lot.
He used to be sponsored going up there.
Yeah, and Gaylord and Grayling, the two areas. There's some awesome golf there. There's some awesome golf up north, but I always joke with a lot of people that northern Michigan in the summer, it's a gem. It really is. You got the nice light blue Caribbean style water, but where you were, CA, looked like a postcard every time.
It just is stunning. Anybody ever seen pictures of Rio de Janeiro, one of the most beautiful cities in the world? It was great. The people were friendly. It was fun. We stayed there on Copacabana Beach. We did all kinds of different things. Went to the Christ the Redeemer statue up at the top of the mountain.
That is cool.
Went to Sugarloaf Mountain on the cable car. Then we did a bunch with some really nice restaurants. It was me and my wife and my kids. And then we went to Sao Paulo. We were there for a couple of days. Sao Paulo, that's the third largest city in the world. For people who don't know, there's over 20 million people in Sao Paulo, and it's a business area. I mean, it's like they don't have a beach. In fact, they're a rival city to Rio de Janeiro. I found this out from the locals. Literally, they are a rival city like Houston and Dallas, or like even Fort Worth and Dallas. Like Fort Worth is like Cowtown, where the West begins. Dallas is like business. And so they were saying it's like New York and LA, the same kind of setup. But at the same time, it was a lot of fun. We had a nice flights and the whole 9 yards on American Airlines. Enjoyed that. But also at the same time, everybody there speaks Portuguese. And so I was walking around with my phone with Google Translate because I watch a lot of different, what is it? Kai, who's got the Streamers University.
Yeah.
These two guys are roommates. One was from Brazil, the other one's from Asia, and that's how they communicate. So I'm like, every time we went somewhere, I just speak into my phone and let the phone speak back to them, let them read the words. But yeah, it was great. And by the way, everything is inexpensive down there.
I heard that, yeah.
Very, 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 very. 100 real, that's their money. 100 real is like $18. You give them a $100 bill, that's a big tip. You give them a $50 bill, that's $7. They're all grateful. I mean, it's a wonderful place. just I can't even tell you enough. And if you've ever seen Snoop Dogg's video with Pharrell called Beautiful, that's where he shot that there. Beautiful, that's where. Anyway, you can see there, went to the stairs. The stairway is 100, 200 years old. It's just a great time. Michael Jackson did a video down there. They don't even care about us. That's showing all over Rio. So it's a great time.
I love it. And you get to feel, you feel refreshed, rejuvenated, ready to get back after it.
Also, by the way, real quick, just to say this real quick, because they played an NFL game in the middle of the season in Sao Paulo. It was the Eagles and the Packers.
No, that opened the season last year.
Yeah, and they're doing it again this year. I forget which teams are playing there in Sao Paulo because they can have. We also went to a soccer game down there.
Oh,
it was amazing. Insane. The crowd.
Yeah.
There's nothing like going to a soccer match in Brazil because they are so soccer crazy, and of course getting ready for the World Cup, where you got some games of semifinals here at AT&T Stadium.
No doubt about that. I love it. So the vacation do's and don'ts. And Khaki Kev, I need your opinion on this. Are you guys, are you a veg out, relax, or are you more of a itemized itinerary, explore? Ooh. We're going to hit this, we're going to hit that, because I'm learning. I am very much, I don't want to pat myself on the back too much here. I'm going to hurt myself, pat myself on the back. I kind of like a little bit of both. I like the beginning, again, my
Don't
trip.
ride the fence. Come on.
Hear me out. The beginning of my trip, and I made, so I had my fiance's family from California coming in, so I made a Michigander itinerary list where each day was mapped out, but within that itinerary, I had time for the relaxation, just chilling.
Did she tell you about the relaxation, or was that your idea? Because it sounds like you're the guy that has the itinerary.
I do. I'm very, here's what I always say about itineraries. Itineraries on a vacation. You need them, and you don't have to use them, but you need direction.
Options. It's called options.
Yes, because I've been on too many trips, bachelor parties, whatever it is, where you don't.
It's too organized.
Right. And I've been on the opposite where there's
nothing happens.
Right.
Because you're just bored.
Yes.
And you think about it too late and you can't get it done.
It's kind of like a show sheet, right? You need an outline, but you don't need a step-by-step.
Very good, Kev. Look at that. Way to bring it to the industry. So, Kev, what are you? A relaxation guy on vacation or more of a go?
I just made fun of you for riding the fence, but I would say probably a little bit of both. I'm not much of a vacation guy, but me and my girlfriend did vacation to San Antonio earlier this year, and I learned that I kind of am a little bit of an itinerary, but also like go with the flow as well. Like, hey, here's what we have mapped out. Like, here's a couple of reservations we may have, but in between there, let's figure out what we want to do.
But like this, here's a pro tip for you guys because you're not married yet. When you get married, for the guys, it's best to go with the flow. Have the itinerary in the back of your brain.
Right.
Maybe take care of the travel part, but when you get to the destination, have your wife do the itineraries.
Very good.
And then just tell her to relax.
There you go.
If she can.
See, I like that advice, but I took the challenge upon myself that I was going to make all the reservations without her knowing. So the food was on me as far as where we went. So that's where the timeliness of like, okay, we can do whatever we want. And I think for the most part, she came up with all the excursions. So I was just like, here's the reservations. It was a little bit of both. 50-50.
Meet in the middle.
Everything in moderation. I will add to my... My idea of relaxing is different than a lot of people's. My ADHD just gets going. My fiance, she cannot stand me. When she'll lay in the sun for hours, and I'm like a puppy. I got to do something. So my idea of relaxation, where everybody's happy, we're out on the water. Mm-hmm. They can suntan and lay and hang out on the boat, and I rip the jet skis, and I'm going 60 miles per hour, and I'm just living it up. That's my idea of relaxation. But that's the Jake Break. Thanks so much to all the Tolos. Real quick here from the 940. 4 days itinerary, 3-day wing it on our vacation.
There you
I
go.
like that.
Split the difference.
There you go. Hey, let's talk to Alec Medford. He was at the AAC. Get his take on
Paige Beckers
and the WNBA. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you way.
it Saffron Squad?
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And officially good afternoon on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for hanging out with us all morning, getting you set for Rangers baseball, taking on the Seattle Mariners, trying to get into the win column in a 4-game series. Seattle has taken the first 2. Jake Riepma alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. And as we kick it into the second half of the program, no better way to do so than to welcome on our friend, your friend. You hear him all the time on middays, KNC, masterpiece, producer, and the famous one, as I believe he's referred to, none other than Alec Medford. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I know you.
What's up, boys? Doing great. I cannot complain. The sun is shining. We got wrestling on tonight, so everything is good in Alec's world. How are we doing today?
Hey, can I ask you something real quick on wrestling? John Cena, babyface. Tell me something about that.
Yeah, so that was an interesting turn where last night on Friday Night SmackDown, the heel persona of John Cena seems to be kind of disappearing as he said, look, the two guys that convinced me to turn against the fans and everybody, which is The Rock and Travis Scott, of all people, he said they left me high and dry. And it's kind of made me realize I'm doing the wrong thing here. So you're going to get the best version of me on Sunday, which is the version that we have known for about 25 years now. So we think, unless it's a double cross situation, but we'll see what happens tomorrow night.
Dun, dun, dun.
Look out, look out. In fact, that's one of my favorite, and Medford, you might not even know this, one of our very first conversations, it was a round table, there was multiple people, round table discussion, multiple people there. It was about wrestling, and I don't know my you-know-what from my elbow when it comes to wrestling, and I was like, oh boy, what a great first impression this is going to be. Everybody's going to hate me and think I'm some dweeb, so we won't, and I'm sure you still probably think that, but at least I earned that, honestly, instead of just a first impression there, but Medford, appreciate you hopping on. One thing I wanted to get your recap and take on everything. You were at the AAC last night for a little Dallas Wings and Indiana Fever matchup. What'd you think? I know no Caitlin Clark, but it also looked like you had pretty good seats.
Yeah, shout out to Rob for helping out with the seats. That was an incredible time. But yeah, moving the game to the AAC in anticipation of the matchup that we've been waiting for ever since Paige got drafted, which is Caitlin Clark and Paige Beckers going against each other. We didn't get that, unfortunately. It was cool to see Caitlin in person, just because everybody, as soon as she walked on the floor, even just in warm-ups, everybody's like, oh my God, she's right there, So seeing all the little kids just losing their minds, seeing their idols walking around, it was really, really cool. And she didn't even play a single minute in the game. But second biggest crowd, I believe, in Wings history, over 17,800 people packing in the AAC. So it was loud. It was incredible. Unfortunately, there was a lot of Fever fans there, but I feel like the Wings fans made their presence known. And get this, I went to UTA, and you know that the CPC, the College Park Center, is the home of the Wings.
Yes.
I covered the team in college, but I never got to go to a single game because I was part-time here at the Fan, and I was doing all the Ranger broadcasts and the night show a lot, so I didn't get to go to a single game in my 4 years of college, but that was my first time at a Wings game. And it definitely won't be my last. Awesome. Because I know this team hasn't been great this season. It's been a little bit of a roller coaster of emotions watching this team with a new head coach, with some new faces running the game itself. It's a tough watch sometimes, but it's still a growing team. It's still a very young team. And even without Caitlin on the floor, I don't think people realize how really good the Fever are. And I realized that when I heard their communication being so close to the floor, I could hear them calling out screens. I could hear them drawing up plays on the fly. The Fever are still really good. They're finally above over 500 without Caitlin on the floor. So it was a really fun game. It got real tight there in the fourth quarter, and it was really cool to see Paige do her thing in person for the first time.
Very cool. One question real quick for you. Was there any celebrity sightings here? Because the first game that Caitlin didn't play in, but they were, let's see, you had
Kyrie was there,
you had Kate Cunningham and others.
Yeah, so to start on the Mavs side of things, right across the court from me was Max Christie and Brandon Williams sitting right next to the Fever bench. So saw them when I walked in.
Christie was wearing some glasses,
Elvis Andrews.
Christie was wearing glasses. Yeah.
He was. And Elvis Andrews was there with his family right behind one of the baskets, which was pretty cool to see. Jordan Childs, the Olympic gold medalist gymnast, she was there.
Okay.
Did not expect to see her there. That was really cool. Kobe Bryant's daughter was there as well. And then I think it was in the fourth quarter, I noticed somebody getting wheeled up to one of the seats next to me, maybe 4 or 5 seats next to me, and I'm like, he looks familiar, and he turns his head. It was Ronnie Coleman, former Mr. Olympian.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was there, and he was maybe 4 or 5 seats away from me, and I was starstruck. I was like, what the heck? There's just no telling who's going to show up at these Wings games nowadays. Usain Bolt was at one of the last home games at the CPC. So they're drawing some important eyes here lately.
Yeah, Ronnie Coleman's still in tip-top shape. He He's swole.
Right, the bodybuilder,
ripped.
right?
Yeah. He's an Arlington police officer in his spare time.
Oh, look out. Alec Medford hanging out with us on a weekend here on 105.3 The Fan, talking ball like we love to do on this station, talking ball. But the last thing I want to ask about the AAC experience and as it relates to the Dallas Wings, but did you happen to see out front where they had the blue carpet kind of celebration in the PNC Plaza there? They had fountains going off. They had a DJ and everything. And it just, when I was walking by pregame, I mean, this had to be almost 2 hours before tip-off. It was a lively atmosphere then. I'm sure it only enhanced as it got closer and closer to tip-off.
Yeah, I had to circle back around and actually go check it out because I drove past it as I approached the arena, and I was like, whoa, I saw the social media posts from the Wings page and everything, and it looked cool, on the phone, but I saw so many people just hanging out and having a good time. And, that's one thing I got to tip my cap to, really just the WNBA in general, as they've kind of had this surgence because of some of the stars that they've been able to bring in from the college scene, is the presentation, even before the game tips off, is just A+. What they've been able to do to get fans on their feet and, really get the crowd pumped up no matter who you're rooting for. And then the treat that is Sean Heath getting able to PA those games too. The atmosphere before you even sit down in your seat, you're just walking around the concourse, as you mentioned, on PNC Plaza, the blue carpet, the DJ, like they're doing all kinds of little giveaways and stuff. The presentation is just excellent, and I think the Wings are killing it when it comes to the fan service.
Nice. For sure. Now, next step is just to continue to build that roster and start being a team that wins some games. And I know I'm getting a little impatient on that, so I will listen to the 3-time Hall of Famer on that and pump the brakes a little bit.
With her.
Exactly.
They
But
don't grow
Medford,
a page.
you're in the building every day on middays on KMC and everything. Obviously, a ton going on right now as it relates to the Dallas Cowboys. We talked to Micah Parsons all morning long, but we would be remiss if we didn't at least bring that up with you about the trade request and the leverage that this Cowboys team has in terms of the contract. But what do you foresee playing out? And obviously, the Cowboys don't want to trade Micah Parsons, but could that become a reality?
Sure. And, one thing before I even get into the situation itself, if you want a good laugh, you can go back on the Fans YouTube page and find yesterday's live stream. And right when the news broke around, 1:15 or so, you can go back and you can see me on the fan cam reading the message that I got about it. And you can see my reaction about 15 seconds after, once I processed what was actually happening. It's a great reaction meme if you need one. But yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? You get the Diana Rossini report earlier in the morning that he might be considering something drastic. And then, the connections you make here covering the team and everything, you started hearing some things the night before that, hey, this might get a little weird. And you're like, okay, what does that actually mean? And my mind was just like, we're not going to get a deal done, before like maybe week one. That's what I'm kind of assuming. And then it turns into he's going to put out a really in-depth social media post about why he doesn't want to be here and how he just wants to be gone. And he started name dropping people and stuff. And I was like, well, this is the most detailed trade request I've ever seen in my life. But I do think that the deal still happens. I think this is part of the game, and I was telling some of my friends who were losing their minds over this yesterday, like the world is ending. We're going to lose our star player. I'm like, look, what have you heard about football on the field? It's a game of trends. It's the same exact thing off the field. You follow the trends and you see that when these things happen, trades usually don't end up being the result. Just remember a few months ago, Myles Garrett, Arlington native, he did the same exact thing with the Cleveland Browns, put out the statement with his signature stamped on it that said, I do not want to play for this organization anymore. It's not about money. It's not about this. It's about the respect factor. And then they made him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. And he said, you know what? That sounds all right. That sounds okay.
I can work it out.
And Exactly. So I think there's nothing in this situation that a few commas can't fix. And the fact that Micah isn't even willing to leave camp because he doesn't want to lose $50,000 a day, that tells me, and I know Wolchuk tweeted this out, that if he's not willing to miss $50,000 a day, he's not going to miss game checks, if I had to guess. So
that's what Jerry's
I think
counting
that
on.
he wants to play. Yeah, he loves having that star on his helmet, no matter what that tweet and that Instagram post says. He wants to play football, and he wants to play football here. So I think it's just a matter of time before he gets done.
I'm going to tell you something. I want you to total this, Alex, because later in the hour, I'm going to break down what's really going on with Jerry and why pure and simple, Micah's just collateral damage in this whole deal, this whole little drama, this little situation that's going on. And he will get paid and he'll be here. But what they go through to get there is going to be funny to me because it's just all this drama for no reason other than Jerry enjoys negotiating. That's his sport. He likes the art of the deal. He says it all the time. He has a high tolerance for ambiguity. Look it up.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that have happened in recent history that, you start putting the pieces together and you're like, we've almost been here before.
Yes,
not
just
the
like you said, the trends,
situation.
man.
Yeah, but you think about CeeDee Lamb just last year. You think about DeMarcus Lawrence, who, they played the tag you're it game with the franchise tag, and, they eventually got their deal done. And this is just one of those things that, like you said, the collateral damage is very unfortunate, and it's unfortunate for the fans because I know that they just want a resolution one way or another. But, like you said, there is a method, whether we agree with the method or not. I know I certainly don't. There's a method here, and it's to get people talking, and it's exactly what we're doing here on a Saturday.
I find it fascinating in a way. I wouldn't say I feel bad for Shoddy, this being his first year, but because he knew what he was.
It's a distraction.
What he was getting into.
He knew what he was getting into. But it is a distraction.
Right. The dude spent an entire offseason leading up to training camp to build, and what's the buzzword we all use? The culture, of course. And one thing, and by all indications, we talked about this at length, and everybody has, culture doesn't win you games, but it gives you a chance. And by all indications, everything was being done in the correct form and exactly pointing to improving the culture and everything else, to where this little episode on a Friday afternoon seems like it negates all of that.
It really doesn't. Let me explain why. Because I watched this play out with the Emmitt Smith deal. What it does is this. It galvanizes the team, and you find out that they're all for the player. Micah, you see where I'm going with this? If you look on social media, some of those guys put Micah's picture on their avatar.
Right.
There's nobody in that locker room says, F Micah. He's hurting us. They're saying, Jerry. You follow where I'm going with this? So even though you say on the surface, all Shoddy's work, it galvanized the team. Even though they were, this to me, it proves what he was doing is working.
Yeah, I'm right there with CA. If we're being honest, I feel like that this has just shown that this team, even through shells and T-shirts and helmets on, before we even got to padded practices, it felt like that this team was just a lot more tight knit, and they were a lot more for each other. And you talk about the discipline and stuff, like CeeDee Lamb said on these airwaves. He said the talent was never a problem; it was the attitude, it was the discipline. And now that you see Shoddy kind of, I don't want to say forcing these guys, but he's really pressing these guys to get to know each other. Yeah, play for each other, hang out with each other a little bit off the field, build these relationships, and then it's going to pay off. And if anything, I think Shoddy's done an amazing job of handling this so far, and giving everybody in the situation their flowers while still maintaining the fact that, hey, we got to focus on these preseason games coming up in week 1, no matter who we have on the field.
Alec Medford, my friend, appreciate you so much hopping on with us today and spending a little time with us on a Saturday. I know you got the little wrestling action tonight. What else you got going on your Saturday?
Yeah, I'm sitting here covered in grass and dirt as we speak. Just got the yard work done so I could hang out with you guys for a few minutes. But, just going to be chilling, get a workout in or two, and then we will be watching SummerSlam tonight. I'm sure you'll see plenty of tweets from me, and you will have no idea what I'm talking about. But just know that I'm having the time of my life, and I hope I hope anybody out there watching it tonight too enjoys it. And then, of course, hang out with us 10 to 2 Monday through Friday every week. We're going to have a good time this week with Fred Davis hanging out with us because Kevin's on his Germany excursion. You can make your theories about what he's actually up to, but he calls it a mission trip. So I don't know what kind of mission, but he's on a mission.
Baseball. It doesn't get any better than that. Doesn't get any better than that. All right, Medford, have a great rest of your day, man. And oh my goodness, one final thing, and thank goodness we got about 10 seconds. I was trying to put it on a tee for you. Now I'm just gonna go with my Eeyore on Winnie the Pooh with my tail between the legs. I was waiting for just a little bit of a little bit of a fist bump for the parking last night to the AAC. But you know what? That's all right. You're keeping it under the radar. I respect that.
Hey, I'm a producer at heart. I'm staring at my clock right now, and I was like, I got to get out of here so I don't get these guys in trouble. But I will say, Jake Riepma is the absolute man for hooking it up with the parking.
Yeah. No, I'm thirsty. That's a thirst trap.
Hey, I told you yesterday, I owe you one. Next fan hang, I owe you one. So
there we go. That's
we
all
will
I
make
needed.
that happen.
That means Alex going to valet your car.
No, I don't think so. I've heard about some of these crazy fan nights you've had in the back of, after as the result in the back of Bobby Belt's Ford Explorer. So I don't know if I'm quite ready for that. Those days are in my past, but you know what? We'll get after it sometime.
Hey, it sounds like a plan. You guys have a great day.
There you go, man. Alec Medford, hear him on KMC Masterpiece. Let's keep the guest list going. Why wouldn't we? We got Jared Sandler next from Seattle, talking a little Rangers baseball. And you're home for the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal.
Uber Eats has Lola Bee products? I got to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, give me a little bit. something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those were those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No. Nutmeg Maidens? I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Windows today.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Rangers trying to get back into the win column. It's been a rough start to the 4-game set against the Seattle Mariners. Jake Riepma alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And right now we go out to Seattle, and it's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing, where Jared Sandler joins the program. Good morning to you on the Pacific time zone. Good afternoon to us, Jared. How are you, man?
Hey, Jared.
Good morning to me on the Pacific time zone. That was great.
I appreciate that. Let's go with that. I mean, what would you say? Good morning in the
you said it with such confidence that it really
It's morning where you are. It's afternoon where we are. Time zones are confusing, Jared.
No, I get it. Hey guys, you guys doing all right?
Yes, sir.
Good and getting better, man. We got sassy Jared this morning, which I prefer sassy Jared
I'm not sassy.
over Eeyore Jared. I will take this any day of the week.
When am I Eeyore Jared when you ask me dumb questions?
Oh, this is 2011 single A baseball at Dow Diamond all over again. I'll get you your coffee. I'll print off your box score and your game notes, and we'll be ready for some Great Lakes Loons baseball in no time. It's Loons baseball time. Dive in.
Your memory is pretty awful because I've never had a sip of coffee in my life, nor did I ever ask you to get me that coffee that I've never had.
Yeah. Okay, what is it, frozen grapes and maybe make my way out to the wherever we could get. You know, remember they used to have the different food items depending on like themed food items at Dow Diamond. I'd run down there and get us some dinner before games. How about that?
Well, I'm trying to think because you definitely didn't get me my food before games because we had Sweet Connie, who was the booth attendant, and you placed the order, and then I'm trying to think, what was like the copy, get my copy equivalent that like you would have to do? I mean, like, I'm trying to think what that was.
There's nothing that's the.
I was pretty. Yeah, I don't think I ever bossed you around like that.
No, you didn't at all. It's a bit. It's fun. There was a few, maybe the.
But I was wondering. I can't remember. I mean, I know I wore your ass out on things. I just don't remember if there was hey, I need you to go do this, because the only things that mattered to me back then were broadcasting, working out, and frozen grapes.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you mean? We had some good times. So at the Woodland Apartments in beautiful Midland, Michigan.
Yeah. Eating some pizza. Yeah. Hey, at least you didn't end up like one of my next interns who I ended up dating for 2.5 years.
I never know how much.
That's a good one.
That is good. Yes. Our friendship has remained purely professional. We'll put it that way. But my goodness, let's talk some Rangers. My face is getting hot.
Wait a second. What? Our friendship has remained professional? I feel like our friendship goes beyond professional. We're friends.
You got him confused, Jared. He's still trying to get over. No. He didn't get to date you.
He just made it seem like, we're nice to each other at work. And that's
exactly.
No, we're friends.
Yeah.
Yes, we're friends. We are absolutely friends. But every now and then, I just sometimes I want to make sure I'm not going to the well too many times, and name dropping. And yeah, Jared Sandler's my boy. We go way back. Everybody knows that, but I don't want to brag about it.
I don't think saying we're friends is bragging. I'm like the biggest dork in the world. Why is that? How's that bragging?
No, it's not bragging. All right, I'm backpedaling here, but I did not expect to have to defend my answers with everything here.
I think it would be awesome if I could just filibuster so much.
I knew what you were doing, Jared. I swear, I knew it.
Someone did.
That's why I'm laying out. I'm just letting Jared go at it. It is funny to me.
Someone did text in from the 214. Wore your ass out is crazy.
I guess that can be taken in a few different ways.
Yeah, we'll mark that. We'll have Khaki Kev mark that. But
he got you too now.
All right, finally. Tough night last night. Walk-off homer. Would have liked the series to start a little bit differently.
Can I ask Jared this question?
Yeah.
Okay, on the walk-off homer. When you saw Robert Garcia go up to the mound, what were you thinking?
Well, he was set to face 3 lefties, so I felt good about it. And then I'll tell you, I didn't feel great once Dominic Canzone got his base hit. And it wasn't just that he got a hit. It was that he just totally squared it up.
Oh, wow.
Because Robert Garcia was having a tough time throwing quality strikes last night. And I don't know what sort of a mental impact. If you give up a little blue pit, whatever. As a pitcher, these guys are usually pretty well conditioned. I did my job. But when you give up a rocket line drive, that might rattle you a little bit.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that had anything to do with it. Maybe it didn't. But I just didn't feel awesome after that line drive base hit. It just didn't seem like Robert Garcia was hitting his spots yesterday the way he needed to have success in protecting a 1-run lead.
Yeah.
I got to come clean. I came clean earlier to the Tolos, Jared. I found myself dialed in, and then all of a sudden the eyelids got a little bit heavier, and I woke up to the distinct Ranger Sports Network theme song, and my back was super tight, and everything hurt on my body for sleeping on the couch. So I missed it. I really did. But that being said, you saw a couple of scoreless bullpen innings from some of the newcomers with the Rangers. What'd you think of Maton and Coulom's Rangers debut?
Yeah, really impressive. The disappointing thing about it all, Jake and CA, is that we were gearing up to have this really interesting and exciting conversation after a big Rangers win.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about the new additions and how, hey, this is how they can win games. They can shrink games with this bullpen. And hey, they finally got to Logan Gilbert, and they finally broke this losing streak here at T-Mobile Park, and all these different things. And then it all kind of broke at the end there. But Phil Maton was really good. Danny Coulomb really good. They both pitched in high leverage spots, and they showed, I think, exactly how they can get guys out, even without throwing 95, 97, 100 miles an hour. Any of those reliever types who, they just bring power stuff. They go about it a different way. But, I think about that Danny Coulomb strikeout of Cal Raleigh using his nasty cutter to get him to chase a pitch below the zone. I mean, that was just like, holy smokes. That's pitching ninja type stuff there. And so it's great seeing them. But you hate that, they ended up being used in a game that the Rangers weren't able to hold on and win.
Here's what's wild. The Rangers have a problem winning in Seattle. You've covered this team, 10 years. How many times have you seen them win up there personally? Because it's amazing to me. It's like one of those crazy stats.
Well, you mean like actually be in the building for Rangers win?
Up there.
Yeah, I mean, I
on one hand, right?
I haven't, it's been, I'm trying to think because, it's not like I've traveled full time.
Yeah, because you're doing pregame and post a lot. Yeah. It's like rare.
So I don't know. That's a great question. Maybe.
Yeah.
Definitely on one hand, I'm trying to make sure that I have seen.
Yeah, seriously.
The Rangers
it's crazy.
win here.
It's crazy to think about.
The Rangers here in Seattle, if you go back to 2020, they're 8-37.
Wow.
And I'm trying to think if I have been here for any of those wins or if I was here previous. I'm sure I've seen a Rangers win here. That's stupid. I absolutely have. In 2023, that win that the Rangers had when John Gray outdueled Logan Gilbert.
There we go.
That might be the only one.
Right.
The Rangers have now lost 8 straight here, and we're going to be doing something. We're going to be doing something on the pregame show to try and turn the Rangers' luck around.
I love that. I love your guy, and I've said this before. Whether it's the dog in you chains and everything else, that's the pregame. I love the personalities that come out and during the whole broadcast and everything. The entire.
Are you saying that professionally, or are you saying that personally?
Get him.
Come on.
Get him.
Yeah. Just from a professional standpoint, I think you guys do a great job of captivating the audience. But can that losing streak change with Merrill Kelly on the mound? Of course, another deadline acquisition for the Rangers. I think a lot of people were surprised with the addition of a starting pitcher, but a chance to see Merrill Kelly in action today.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. They need it. Dave and Hixie both said in the postgame, hey, he doesn't know anything about this losing streak in Seattle, right? He just got here. He hasn't been a part of any of this, so hopefully he's the guy who can come in, riding in on his horse and save the day. And here's the thing. I think a part of what was so disappointing about last night's loss was that was kind of, to me, the game in the series where it was like the Rangers had a chance to win. Like before the game started, before the series started, you would kind of identify the Rangers as having the pitching advantage on Saturday and Sunday. And that is still the case even with the change in starting alignment with now Merrill Kelly and Jacob deGrom. They actually probably have even more of a, favorable setup of odds, with the change in who's starting. Thursday, it was a decided advantage for Seattle. Yesterday, it was definitely Seattle's advantage, but you felt like Jack Leiter could do something and put you in a spot, and maybe the Rangers could get to Logan Gilbert. Yesterday's game was the one where the Rangers could win that game. You'd feel really good about these two games having the advantage going into the weekend, and you would definitely feel really good about, well, we're going to win one of two. And then worst-case scenario, you come away with a series split, which on the road against a really good team, you take that, right? That is a win. If you take 2 of 4 from Seattle, that's a win. Now, they got to win both these games, right? They don't have that margin for error. And the chance of winning a series is obviously not on the table anymore. I think that was what was so disappointing. But I do think the Rangers have, a really good shot today with Merrill Kelly. Luis Castillo is a good pitcher, but the Rangers have at times had some success against him. I think about the game 2 years ago in Seattle in September that the Rangers won to clinch a playoff spot. They really grinded Luis Castillo's tush by, making him work and making him work and making him work. And, I thought the Rangers have had some good at-bats here over this road trip. They obviously, the first 2 games of the series haven't lit up the scoreboard by any means. But, I'm hopeful that today the Rangers get a win, and then it sets up a deGrom game tomorrow against Logan Evans, and you come away with a series split, and you feel a lot better about it.
No doubt about that. Can't wait for that. I'm optimistic as well. We'll get you out the door on this one. And, since we're such good friends, we were texting about this last night. Please tell me the Mariners are not wearing those brutally awful-looking City Connect uniforms again, because I think the Mariners have some of the best uniforms in baseball with the navy and kind of the aqua color and everything. And Jared just shut me down yesterday and said, I don't care about uniforms.
Well,
man.
I just don't. I'm not like – there are a lot of things I fixate on, and there are a lot of things that, I'm probably in line with a lot of sports fans and either noticing or caring about. I'm not a huge jersey guy. Like I love seeing cool jerseys, like in the stands. Like when someone, here in Seattle, what if someone pulls out like an obscure jersey? I don't know, a Jeff Facero jersey. Like I think that stuff's interesting. I don't get as bogged down in the aesthetics of jerseys. I actually do think their City Connect jerseys are okay. I don't hate them. I don't think they're wearing them today though, so you'll be saved from those eyesores, I guess, Jake. But I'm not the biggest. Some people, like, the minute the Rangers acquire someone, they're like, "What's his number going to be?" I couldn't even tell you what half the guys' numbers are. If they're new, like I don't remember what Danny Coulomb wore last night. I only know that Phil Maton wore 88 because it kind of stood out. And then as far as the actual jerseys themselves, Jake's got strong takes. I'm not. I'm a little more lenient, I guess.
The Rangers have some of the best with the powder blues on Sundays, the Texas flag on the sleeve. I think it looks so sharp. I do think, and I texted you this too, I wish they used the cowboy hat logo more. You had it on on the polo one of the other day on the Rangers Sports Network. I love that logo. I wish they used it a little bit more though.
The old school,
old classic one.
Yeah, I'll relay those thoughts.
I appreciate that. All right, man. Have a great rest of your day. We'll be dialed in. Appreciate it as always. My friend, Jared Sandler.
Thanks, Jared, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. Finally, after all these years, Jake admits that we're friends. It's amazing.
Professionally speaking,
my life's complete. Very professionally speaking, on the Pacific time zone, while grinding the tush.
Good Lord. There you go. It's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. There we go. That was awesome. Funny stuff there. All right, let's talk a little bit more Micah Parsons when we come back. A different angle, though, in CA. I got my pen and paper ready.
Yes, I'm going to tell you how Micah is just collateral damage on all this and Jerry's drama. And Dez knows this, too. He talked about it. We got the audio next on 105.3 The Fan.
Worried about market losses? If headlines...
different Rangers player every Tuesday afternoon. And then a doubleheader Wednesday with Brett Boone at 9:20 with Sean and RJ. Followed by manager Bruce Bochy later that afternoon at 12:20 with the KNC Masterpiece. And of course, every pitch of Rangers baseball. Unmatched coverage of your local 9 is right here on The Fan.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Micah Parsons has requested a trade. We know that. The fallout continues, or at least the conversation around it. And there's always different angles to take a look at that. And right now, Jake Riepma alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, the angle from past players weighing in.
Oh, yeah, this is strong. And by the way, might as well make this a CA Stories Confidential because I've been covering the Cowboys since 1980. And I have literally seen all the contract negotiations. I know the agents. I talk to the agents all the time. Talk to, of course, the front office brass. Back in the day, the first contract dispute I had to cover and deal with, Tony Dorsett versus the Cowboys. He was holding out. Gil Brandt. I could go on and on and on. So when we're talking about Micah's situation right now, it reminds me of a couple of scenarios, and I'm going to tell you, I've been kind of teasing this all morning long. I've covered the Cowboys throughout the Jerry Jones regime. For those who don't understand this, why it keeps going down the last minute with Cowboy players that the Cowboys will probably keep is because Jerry enjoys negotiating. That's his game. It's like a player loves to play a game. They may be playing against their friends. Their friend might be playing for another team. They're friends. They're close friends, but they want to win. And that's what Jerry likes to do. He likes to win the negotiation. Does he win it when he waits to the last minute? In his mind, he does, because guess what? His playing the negotiation game, if he winds up keeping the player, the only thing he loses is about the money, how much money he's going to give. He only loses is if the player walks and he gets nothing in return. That hasn't happened yet. Last year, Dak could have been in that position had Jerry not gave him the money that he wanted hours before the season started.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if people forget, but it literally the day of the first game.
Yes. I'll show you where Jerry learned a big lesson with the Emmitt Smith negotiations. Emmitt Smith wanted to be paid like the running back for the Buffalo Bills, Thurman Thomas. He wanted Thurman Thomas money, which was the highest paid running back in the league. They had already won the Super Bowl. They were going for back-to-back. Jerry was telling everybody, media, everybody, Emmitt's holding out. He can't make any money anywhere else. I mean, he can't play in another league. There's no sport that pays him this kind of money. What's he going to do? He can't turn down whatever I offer. That's what he was saying at that time. Emmitt was saying, I'm not holding out. I don't even have a contract. My contract expired. If you ask Emmitt to this day, he'll say, my contract expired. I was not holding out. I didn't have a contract. Jerry let this thing seep into the season. They lose the first game. They lose the second game. They fire the kicker. And at the game, I'll never forget, at Texas Stadium, we go in the locker room after they lose this game. The Cowboys are the defending champions. They lose the Kansas City Chiefs. Chiefs weren't any good that year. You walk in the locker room, there's a hole in the wall, a fresh hole in the wall. Charles Haley had thrown his helmet at Jerry saying, we can't win a damn Super Bowl with a backup running back. Jerry signed Emmitt.
Who's your daddy?
So I've seen every negotiation. I've seen how he had let TL go. I've seen it all. So let's fast forward to where we are now. Micah says he's requested a trade. He hasn't demanded a trade. He requested a trade. He even put on social media, love you, Dallas, or bye, Dallas. I mean, nice to Dallas fans, because it's not about the fans. He said he always wanted to play for the Cowboys his whole life. Him and his dad used to watch Cowboys game together. He said all those right things. And he said, I haven't even tried to get the most money in the league. Where everybody's missing the point is this. Jerry loves to negotiate. And he actually talked to Micah once, or he talked about it in the offseason a couple of months ago. Came up with a parameter, so to speak. Jerry loves to do two things. If he can, when he wins a negotiation, separate the player from the owner or from the agent. He wants to deal with the player because he can trick a player. He did that to Tyron Smith in training camp in Oxnard. We were there. No one could believe that Tyron signed that contract without his agent, but he did. And so Jerry's always thinking he has a chance of doing that because he and the players, most of them, they love him. He loves them. But that's not business to the players. They're not going to let him negotiate his contract. He sat down with Dez Bryant at OTAs one year when Dez's contract was going to be up, and they were threatening a franchise tag. In fact, they put it on him, and they had a deadline to take it off of him and give him an extension. It was in July, just before training camp started. He's in OTAs with Dez, sitting there with him, trying to negotiate the deal, and Dez said, "Are you kidding me?" He said, "Jared, me and you are good, but guess what? Me negotiating with you would be like you trying to guard me out on the football field." His agent was Jay-Z. Jay-Z was part of CAA back then. Dez said, "Y'all think I'm playing? I'm not going to report the training camp. I'm not going to play this season. I put it on my kids. You put a franchise tag on me, I'm not showing up." Jerry and Steven overnight flew in Jerry's jet up to New York, closed the deal with Jay-Z, and it was business. At the time, Jerry's trying to teach Jay-Z a lesson. Jay-Z is a Cowboys fan. But in Jerry's mind, he's a recording artist. He's a superstar. This isn't the music business. This is football. And I'm the best owner in the league. Not knowing this before Jay-Z was a billionaire. So again, the challenge for Jerry, the way he likes to negotiate is A, separate the agent from the client, the player, or B, beat the agent in the negotiation. Well, who's the biggest, baddest agent in the NFL right now? David Mulligetta, who is Micah's agent. What is Jerry doing? I don't know his name. His game plan, for those who aren't paying attention, is to beat David Mulligetta. Why? Because Mulligetta has beaten every team he's negotiated against. He got the Deshaun Watson contract. He's named the player he represents. He got him the best contract for their position. We got the audio. When Dez Bryant got his contract from the Cowboys, it was like 3 years, $70 million. And Dez had to literally say, "On my kids, I'm not coming." And then they overnight worked out the deal. Dez knows exactly what Micah is going through. And he put this out on social media. Listen to it carefully because Dez said, "You know what? I didn't even get what I wanted. I failed too."
Hey, Micah, what you doing, a message that you sending, the business that you standing on is extremely major, brother. You know, the guys like myself, guys who came before you, we failed. You know, we failed tremendously on standing our ground, you know, due to the lack of knowledge and the lack of support entering a world that we was very unfamiliar with. You know, I remember being in that situation like you. Nervous, scared, don't know which way to go. Can't trust my support system. By the way, shout out to David, man. He's one of the best agents in the business. You know, I respect how y'all go about y'all business. You know, so a huge salute there. You know, but like I was saying, man, much respect to you. For real. You know, do what's best for you. Do I want to see you with the star in your helmet? Yes, I do. You know, I pray that Jerry and them do what's right, pay you what you deserve. You're an incredible talent. You are a superstar. You are worth every penny that you're asking for. You know, and if everything don't work out, you still gonna be great because that's who you are. You know? So, again, I appreciate you. I support you. As I always love, dog.
So understand this. Dez has seen this before. I've seen it a million times. Jerry is not negotiating, trying to secure Micah. He is negotiating to show the other owners, this is how you deal with a David Mulligetta. I'm not going to be the next team that David Mulligetta beats. I'm going to show you guys, my peers, I'm the best owner in the league, and this is how you do a deal. He's not going to beat me. This is about Mulligetta. And Mulligetta's not a bad guy, but he's the big bad wolf to all the owners.
Right, because the ego component of it takes over where Jerry's not going to be beat at this.
Exactly. And Micah just happens to be the collateral damage because he's the player that Mulligetta represents. If Mulligetta was an average agent and just doing regular deals or having a good deal here and there, well, yeah, he'd probably have the deal done by now. But his deal, Jerry's deal is, I don't know you. I've been running the NFL since the 90s. In fact, Mulligetta hadn't even talked to Steven yet, let alone Jerry. He's talked to Adam, the cap guy. That's how you know the game is being played.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with Micah and how much money Micah. David Mulligetta hadn't even mentioned the money. The money is supposed to be somewhere a little bit more than $41 million, around $200 million for 4 years. They haven't even chopped up the how many dollars and how much guaranteed and how much gets cap each year. They haven't even done that. You know why? Because Jerry's playing a game to show David Mulligetta, who he doesn't even know, I'm the boss of this. Remember when Jerry tried to get rid of who's the commissioner?
Oh, NFL, Roger Goodell.
Remember he was mad at Roger Goodell messing with Zeke?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He tried to get Roger Goodell fired, and he told all the other owners, I am the owner emeritus. Like, I'm better than y'all. He still got outvoted, but he was mad about it.
Yeah.
So just understand, Jerry's trying to win the negotiation without even having to deal with David Mulligetta. It's like, I don't even talk to you. Shoot. We can get this thing. He wants Micah to fold and come to him.
The power trip is wild. Let's continue talking about it. RJ Ochoa, managing editor of Blogging the Boys, will join us next, and we'll continue the Cowboys discussion on your home for the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say,
Skills? Doesn't sound right. Was it so fun?
Eats a low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Neighborhood markets.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Woo-wee! Oh, yeah, that's right. Powering into hour number 3. Jake Riepma alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And we've just had the guest train going. Let's keep it going. Happy now to welcome on the managing editor of Blogging the Boys, our good friend, RJ Ochoa. Good afternoon, RJ. How are you, my friend?
Hey, guys. Great to be with you. Carlos Correa is a Houston Astro. Life is great if you're a fan of the proper sports team.
By the way, did he walk on the airplane? I heard a story. He walked on the plane. Everybody lost their minds or something like that.
I don't know, but I mean, I've been losing my mind, and if not for that, like that's the only thing keeping my sports heart in equilibrium this week. You know what I mean? Like, if not for that, I'd be tilted in one direction.
I got you. So let's talk to Cowboys.
Yeah, I was just about to say we can't let you, enjoy the results of the trade deadline too much just simply for the team that you root for. So let's bring it back in, and I know you've got the fan equilibrium going on right now, so let's tap into the other side of it with the Micah Parsons stuff. I've been following your stuff on Twitter, Instagram. You do such a great job putting the content out there, opinion stuff, as well as some of just the hard-hitting stuff of the facts of what it is. And just to the best of your ability, I mean, I guess we're coming up on a little more than 24 hours. You know, sometimes you look back at something after it's been 24 hours, the 24-hour rule. Where are you at right now with everything that's transpired, and has it changed since the initial trade request was made by Micah Parsons yesterday?
Yeah, like I think as I've reflected over the last 24 hours or whatever, I don't think that I feel any differently than I did 25 hours ago or 30 hours ago. I think we all know the same things and feel the same ways. It's just like this wound existed, and yesterday, twice over, just like someone like pressed on it. You know what I mean? Like when you have like a cut on your thumb and you press like the remote control or something. Mm-hmm. And so like I'm not panicked that Micah's not going to be a Cowboy. This is just my opinion. But yesterday just served as another point of like, gosh, this is stupid. Like this is just so insane to get to this point. It was seemingly, I'm not going to pretend to be an NFL general manager, but avoidable. But at the same time, it was also inevitable. And that's maybe, I think, what people are the most frustrated by pulse of the fan base is, everybody said tongue-in-cheek back in March, like, oh, yeah, we're going to be at training camp, and they're still not going to have Micah taken care of after last year. And it's like, damn, man, like, why? Why did you have to do it this way? And so that taste, I think, is just what's really kind of upsetting a lot of fans today.
What are your thoughts about the players supporting him and changing their avatars and sending out little messages of support? To me, I think that's a reflection that Shotty's culture thing is working because they're all on the same page supporting each other.
I certainly want to attribute a lot of it to Shotty and to what he's done. I agree with you, CA. What I found interesting, and it didn't get as much steam as the profile picture stuff, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but to kind of paraphrase what Dak and CD said in their first sit-downs in Oxnard. Obviously, they were both asked about this, and again, paraphrasing, they both said something to the effect of, yeah, this is dumb, and, we've been through it, and it's unfortunate that Mike is going through it. Like, I really maintain, I've been saying this for a while, that the Dak and CD things last year, even though, like, we all know all this, that really elevated this. Like, whatever you want to call all this, that elevated it to a different level. And the fact that it was coming off of the Green Bay playoff loss and the all-in and not doing anything and bringing Zeke back, like, I think that people just really kind of, had the wool pulled over their eyes, or taken off of their eyes, I should say. And so now, I think now everyone feels more comfortable kind of acknowledging the elephant in the room. And so in that sense, it's like, okay, yeah, we'll change our profile picture. We've got his back. Like, we've seen this story. We know how it ends. I mean, just get it over with already. I thought CD put it well in his tweet after Micah's request yesterday, too.
RJ Ochoa with us on 105.3 The Fan, your home for the Dallas Cowboys. And RJ, I sometimes, you want to play devil's advocate in some of this and just try to see the situation from every possible angle. And I'm not putting words in your mouth and CA's mouth or mine, and just acknowledging the other side of the coin, if you will. And there's been some fan texts that have come in throughout the course of today's show, almost defending Jerry in the sense that, hey, there's still a contract here. There's still options for Micah Parsons to be a Cowboy and the franchise tag. And what do you say to just kind of the thought or the notion of why doesn't Micah just, if he truly loves the Cowboys and truly wants to be an impactful player for the Dallas Cowboys, play it out and not get, where did this stand come from with the trade request and just backing the organization?
I think it depends on what you believe.
Yep.
And what you believe Micah's original or ultimate motivations and intentions were. I'll speak purely for myself, and I certainly don't mean disrespect to Micah or his representation, but first of all, Micah has played this game better than the Cowboys. He has the entire, maybe not your fan text today, obviously, but for the most part has a larger sector of people behind him than Dak did or CD did. And a reason for that is he's gotten ahead of a lot of these things. And the thing I didn't buy was when Micah said that he didn't need to be the highest paid defensive player, that he didn't need $40 million. Like, I always thought, like, dude, that's a cool thing to say. But, they knew, him and his representation, this is my assumption, what the market would become, especially after Garrett likely got done, Watt likely got done, maybe Hendrickson or whatever. But right now, there are people who will point to that, right, who are anti-front office, who are pro-Micah, who will say, hey, Micah said this, and that is factual, right? It may have been a bluff, it may have been a whatever, but it now works out, on his behalf. And so maybe you believe that he was genuine in that, to your point, to the question's point. Maybe you believe he really would have taken less, and maybe you believe that this whole thing has fractured that. I think that might be the best answer to that hypothetical. And to that end, even if you want to defend the front office, and I agree with you, I think we should always consider all directions and all possible outcomes. At a certain point, if it were the three of us, right, even if we were still holding on to, well, we just want to win this, I think, like CA brought up, the players changing their profile pictures. I think at this point we say to ourselves, guys, like, yeah, we wanted this, but now it's worth it to get it done, because now we're upsetting other players. Like, at a certain point, whatever it was that you felt like you had to get in the deal, you're now cutting your nose off to spite your face, I think, if you're the front office, based on how long you let this get dragged out. And the reality of the situation for the front office is they don't have any benefit of the doubt. They've burned it up with Dak multiple times. CD, DeMarcus Lawrence, Zeke when he instigated his holdout, Dez way back when a decade ago. So they may be right here, right? Like, to your point, if we consider all possible options, but I mean, they're showing up to their latest court hearing with like 97 speeding tickets to their record. And so it's kind of hard to believe that they won't do it again.
Yeah, we know how they operate, and that's what they do. One thing about it, for those who don't know the details, the fine details, Micah has one more year on his contract, I think it's $22.4 million this upcoming season. Then he would be a free agent. The Cowboys could franchise tag him next summer if they still hadn't reached a deal. He could do like Zach Martin did a few years ago, when Zach said, okay, F this, I'm not going to talk contract before the season even starts. So I'm just stop right now. This summer he couldn't get a deal done. I'm focused on football. And then quietly, at the end of that season, they signed Zach Martin to this big money. I'm not talking about last summer where he said, hey, I need to be a top 5 offensive lineman. I've negotiated my deal over and over with y'all to give y'all cap space and whatnot. Show me a solid. And then he didn't participate in training camp until they showed him the solid. And then he showed up, and unfortunately for him, he got injured. But back to Micah and what they're doing. And, a lot of fans, some fans saying, just trade him. He's asking for two. Those are the fans that would always say, I would play for free. I love the sport that much. I would just do it for free. Not realizing that any money that Micah or Dak or anybody else does not get is just going into the owner's pocket. And by the way, for those who don't know about the salary cap, it goes up because of that $116 billion streaming deal. It goes up to 20% almost every year. And they have to, according to the Players Association deal that they made, the owners have to give the players 48.7% of that money. So the money has to be spent or it's collusion. Just know that the money has to come out. And somehow, some kind of way, a player is going to get it. And it's just Micah's turn.
To jump in quickly, CA, because I agree with everything you're saying. Like to the trade him crowd, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. You want to talk about trading him? Let's do it. The problem with this is even if you do trade him, you've already done that in the most inefficient manner possible,
right,
which is still the like overall issue here, right? I mean, and look, I said this. I know I've told you all this last year with Dak. I would have killed them if they had not gotten Dak done, to be very clear. But I said all last offseason, you had to have a point in the sand where you said, if we get to, like, pick a day, June 1st, and we don't have a Dak deal done, we're not going to do one. We just are going to live with the consequences. But by getting the deal done the literal day the season began, you did it in, again, literally the most inefficient manner possible. So
Correct.
If you wanted to trade Micah, if you were like, we just, we recognize y'all are going to think this, but we think we'll be better off. Okay, bet. Do it. Then do it when it makes sense. Do it last offseason, at the beginning of the 2024 offseason, so that you have a better market. Or if you're going to wait another year and compromise that situation, do it at the beginning of this offseason, as opposed to trying to do it at the 11th hour. So again, even if you are team trade, even if you are team front office, even if you have a Jerry Jones jersey, the main problem here with regards to however they're doing anything is they are not forward thinking. And so that's why they're caught on their heels, and that's why they burnt up the benefit of the doubt.
Yep.
No, 100%. And that's, I mean, especially if you want to really dive into it and peel the layers back, that the haul that could have been at least drawn up hypothetically with the the argument that maybe this team's a little top heavy and you're paying all these guys, that would have been a great way to do it, but it would have required a little bit of forward thinking and proactiveness from the front office. But RJ, we've got some Brian Schottenheimer comments on the Micah Parsons trade request. This is brand new, and shout out to Khaki Kev over there.
It just happened. He was in his conference right now.
Right, sending it over. He says, I'm not going to continue to talk about the Micah's contract situation. He also adds that he hopes Micah will be on the practice field and continue to be on the practice field, and that they have had talks privately that he would not share. That's from Todd Archer. Your thoughts on just how this whole thing has impacted Brian Schottenheimer in his first year, in his first training camp, trying to galvanize a team, build the culture and everything, and how this impacts that?
I mean, I feel for the guy. It sucks, and I think that, he was very lucky, and the Cowboys are very lucky that Micah showed up, right? And maybe that has complicated it further, who knows? But I feel for him, and I don't fault him at all for kind of, just kind of playing the company line, right? Like, hey, we're not going to talk about it, whatever. But, I mean, I'm not trying to just revisit things we've talked about in the past. I'll sort of defend Mike McCarthy here as well, because I always felt that they did McCarthy wrong in a lot of ways. Last year, they sent him into this without CD at camp, with Dak Prescott in the contract situation. In fact, Mike McCarthy was the head coach of this team for 5 years, and he had a quarterback contract issue hovering over him in 3 of them, in 2020, in 2021, and in 2024. On top of last year, everybody on the final year of their deals, himself included. And so I guess I bring that up to say, like, that's pretty normal. I mean, and we all know that. We know what comes with the dinner. We know that you're going to have to deal with this, but I mean, like, is Ben Johnson dealing with this? And that's why, like, we know the Cowboys couldn't interview Ben Johnson because they dragged their feet on McCarthy and they weren't proactive, and the same sort of illness and infection that plagues the franchise. But, I mean, do any of us think that Ben Johnson would have even taken an interview? I know we're speaking in hypotheticals, because right now Ben Johnson is dealing with the Chicago Bears, who are super dysfunctional in and of their own right. And he's looking, over to California. He's saying, man, I really dodged a bullet, because I would be dealing with my best football player, and having to answer these questions. Like, we should, and I know y'all agree, be talking about Donovan Ezeuaku is kicking ass. Dak Prescott had his best practice of camp the other day. CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens are the Mario brothers. Like, all these good things are happening. The Houston Astros just traded for Carlos Correa, right?
Stop.
But like, we can't, we can't get to that. And the most frustrating thing is it isn't a curveball, kind of like you mentioned, CA, with Zach Martin. That was a little bit of a like, whoa, I mean, this makes sense, but it is a little bit out of the woods. Yeah. This was completely and totally predictable. And that it has become an issue is just, I mean, you knew you were going to have to take this test. Why did you not study for it for the last 6 months?
You know, so wild. Jerry loves to say, I have a high tolerance for ambiguity, because this is his little fun game. This is he loves to negotiate. That's the game he likes to play. He likes to win negotiations, not just football players, but it could be business. That's why he's got the most valuable franchise in the world. It could be the NFL. He's always winning negotiations, or wants to win the negotiation, whatever the negotiation is. So this is his fun time. And unfortunately, the drawback or the downside for the fans and the media is to watch the BS go on. For him, it's like, it's more ratings, more clickbait. What a time.
I mean, like, what I've decided this offseason, like, it's this offseason and last offseason have really perpetuated, to your point somewhat, CA, the negative stereotypes that like, I know we have all fought against. We have all fought like, oh, no, they don't just care about money. But these last 2 years have made arguing against those ideas more difficult. Maybe you or somebody else still wants to pick up that sword and fight that fight, but they have really done their best to kind of prove the stereotypes right in a lot of ways. And so I think that people are just kind of exhausted of it. And I will say, like, all of this, whatever aside, I really am impressed with Micah. And I always have been. He's always been so well-spoken and so well ahead of this. Mm-hmm. I mentioned it. He is dominating this negotiation. And a lot of that is because Dak and CeeDee went through what they did a year ago. But even the statement, and to put all that out, I mean, he's got them on their heels. Yep. I mean, so much so that we assume, right, that Shotty was given the code red, like, hey, you better not talk about this up on the podium today. Like, they are completely and totally hunkered down because Micah and David Mulugeta have them in an absolute blender.
Yep, I totally agree. Jerry's got his hands full with this situation. And again, his whole angle, and I was saying this earlier before you got on, Jerry is trying to teach the other NFL owners that he's not going to fall prey to David Mulugeta, who is the best agent in the NFL, getting the best deals for his superstar contract. He's like, I'm going to show you how to handle Mulugeta. And here's Mulugeta pulling another, like he said, a quiver out of his bow and say, deal with this.
I don't even think it's a quiver for David. Like, like, I'm not trying to not be impressed by Mulugeta and his staff. Obviously, they're doing an incredible job, but is what they're doing hard? You know what I mean? Like, is it hard to win this right now? Like, I give them credit for the moxie, obviously, but this is, I will say it is difficult to go out on a limb, right? And that's where Micah is different. But we said this for forever. Anybody who covers the Cowboys, we said, look, if you get into the ring with this guy, he is not going to treat it like Dak, and he is not going to treat it like CeeDee. And today, I hope the Cowboys are even more grateful for Dak and CeeDee, because as difficult as those situations were, they could have made it way, way, way more difficult. And Micah, and I've said this for 18 months now, Micah could have a year ago, been like, dude, CeeDee's holding out. You guys got to pay Dak. I'm eligible for a deal. I'm not showing up at all. I'm going to hold in right now. And that's what keeps getting lost and forgotten by people is Micah showed up all of last year, played, got hurt, came back, still kicked ass when he was first eligible for a contract extension. The grains of sand in the hourglass have been empty for a long, long, long time now. So acting like the Cowboys are some victim, like they got surprised by this, is just disconnected from reality, in my opinion.
RJ Ochoa, managing editor, Blogging the Boys. Tremendous stuff, as always. Appreciate your time, and have a great rest of your Saturday. We'll do it again.
Likewise, guys. Enjoy Phil Maton.
Oh, there he goes.
Another slap.
There he goes. I love it. I love it. We'll catch everybody up on everything, and maybe we play a little bit of Who Said It as well. Don't go anywhere. It's 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the King.
injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost and they get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's been a football-heavy show, and why not? The Cowboys are in training camp in Oxnard, California. You've got Micah Parsons requesting.
Michael Parson.
Yes.
Michael Parsons.
I did see one of the Tolos. I have to give this shout out because I thought it was hilarious. They said the reason why they can't get a contract done is because they're talking to Michael Parson and not Micah Parsons.
I saw that as well. Jake Riepma alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. That is Khaki Kev in the Pimp Cup that you hear. And we're going to keep the football talk going. By the way, our thanks to RJ Ochoa. We all said as soon as we went to break, we could talk to him for hours. He does such a great job for blogging the boys, and it's a good little mix between some opinion, some analysis, some funny humor mixed in there. Always a good time.
Yeah, he's a great listen. He paints wonderful pictures.
There it is. But
except for the Astros comments.
Not all Astro fans are terrible, I guess.
Yeah.
I did want to continue now with that. Shotty has spoke on the post or on the press conference in Oxnard, California. And mentioned that he's not going to get into the specifics with the conversations he's had with Micah Parsons, but continues to reiterate that it is not a distraction to what's going on.
Well, he knows that the Dallas Cowboys are a distraction. That's what they did. Everything the Cowboys, that's why they don't mind being on Hard Knocks. Jerry loves the attention, and every player knows if you play for the Cowboys, you're going to get attention. Good, bad, ugly, you're going to get attention. And to Jerry, this is just part of your job description. And this is also why your jersey sales will be through the roof, even if you're the backup punter. Yeah, it's merchandising. And guess what? I can help you sell some sunglasses, too.
I wanted to get into a couple more.
This is Jalen Smith.
Yeah, this is from friend of the program, Tommy Yarish, who does such a great job for DallasCowboys.com. He tweeted this out. Brian Schottenheimer on if he feels caught in the middle with the Cowboy situation and Micah Parsons. He said, quote, "No, because I'm in communication with everybody. I'm talking to the players all the time. I'm talking to ownership all the time. The business side is the business side."
Mm-hmm.
I think that's some good perspective from a first-year head coach that's never...
He's been around.
Yes.
He's been around 35 years in the NFL.
Yeah, of course, with his
pops. Dad was the coach. I mean,
it's in his DNA.
He's not a college coach stepping up here.
Right.
And not understanding NIL.
It's also not his first year with the Cowboys either.
Exactly.
Great
He's
point.
been around the Cowboys for a few years now, so he knows the deal.
August is a great fantasy football month. You got your fantasy football drafts. You've got, whether it's a league you're just starting or a legacy league, whatever it is. And you guys know me. We got the Casino Corner, and Fantasy Football Hour falls right into that. So I thought it'd be a great opportunity to get into a little fantasy football draft prep. I, of course, don't have all the answers by any means, but maybe a couple of strategies. But before we do that, I want to speak for myself and Khaki Kev. I know you as well. Fantasy football, to me, in a lot of ways, is a great way to stay in touch with old friends you don't see anymore.
That. Yeah.
And I've had a league that has literally gone on since...
You were 12 years old, right?
Yes. We had it on... I remember you had to log onto the computer Monday morning and wait for Yahoo to calculate the stats. And you would do your draft with a pen and paper. And it's the same group of friends, middle school onto high school. And honest to God, that's just how you stay in touch. You don't really, and you got social media and everything, I guess. But Kev, you've got a similar, you're embarking upon a new league, right?
Right. So, yeah, I'm part of 2 leagues this year. I'm not trying to do any more than 2, so I'm just part of 2. But I love that you bring that up because one of the leagues, the league that I'm about to talk about, is with some high school buddies of mine. Now, I will say this. There's definitely some people in there I do not know. But for the most part, I'm in there because of some of my high school buddies.
What's the name of it?
I don't know
High School Buddy Reunion Tour.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, that's what we should name it. I don't think we have it's just like a generic name for right now. So I think it's pending. It'll be changed.
There you go.
But they did come out with these this rule book that I'm not commissioner. I don't want to be the commissioner. It's too much work. So they came out with this rule book. and they sent it in this text group chat. And I thought it was a little nuts. I thought it was a little crazy. But I do know, and the Tolos, please chime in, 877-881-1053. We know y'all love to talk fantasy football. We're not here to tell you about your team or tell y'all about our team. I'm just trying to get some opinions here. Is this a little overboard? Or is this just like, hey, this is like real in-depth fantasy football that I just haven't been introduced to? So I will tell you this. They have a step-by-step instruction on it. I mean, I need a lawyer and an agent present to sign this. I feel like that's how much stuff is here.
Call David Mulligata.
Maybe hey, by the way, University of Texas alum. Buy-in is $50. So we'll just start with that. So the buy-in is $50 for this specific league. All players must have the buy-in 3 days prior. That's simple. That's simple stuff. Now, here's where it gets interesting for me. Trading players. There's 3 sections to this. If you trade a player in the position ranking from 1 through 10, you have to pay $10 to the pot if you are acquiring said player 1 through 10. If you are trading for a player 11 through 20, then you have to pay $5 to the pot for acquiring said player 11 through 20.
I already hate this.
Per position ranking.
Give me the number of your commissioner. I'm going to call him myself.
21 through max is $1 per player traded. Now, you're asking me, okay, why? Well, probably because you don't want a bunch of Justin Jefferson, CD Lambs, and Jamar Chases being traded, because who's really going to be willing to fork out that much money? But say you're trading, I don't know, let's say Breece Hall, who I would say probably ranks anywhere from the 1 through 10 ranking, maybe 11 through 20, I don't know off the top of my head. But let's just say for sake of this, 1 through 10. And then you're trading for 2 second string receivers. Okay, so 2 guys 11 through 20. So then that would be a $10 difference. So one guy is paying $10 for the 1 through 10, and then the other 2, it's a lot, right?
I'm shaking my head. If you can
it's
see
a lot.
Me, if you're watching on the fan cam here, I'm gonna interrupt you. You said enough, and
I agree.
I've got a take for you. This is going to revolutionize. Although if it's not all your closest friends, that makes this strategy a little bit tougher, but. Here, this was one of my few contributions to our long legacy league, because we did have guys tanking at the end of the season, and it's a legacy league where you have a keeper league where you keep some of your players year in, year out. So that's try to prevent the tanking. But here's
Dynasty league, right?
Yes. Here's what I implemented to avoid all of that. And it's harder now that we're older and we all live in different places. But we took the lowest score of each week, had to donate X amount of money to the low scoring pot, and at the end of the year we took that pot and we used it for our fantasy football draft party the next year. And it sponsored the booze, it sponsored some of the expenses, and that's how you police all that. I don't need all this other complicated stuff.
I get it. Trust me, I'm on the same. I'm right there with you. I read this and I was like, what? I thought this was a buy-in and we're just going to play fantasy football. Let me just go over a few more things here, okay? Because you think that's it, but it gets a lot more in depth. I won't go over everything. All trades must have a third-party presence. This is going to be designated by a random spinning wheel. The commissioner cannot advance trades by himself or veto trades by himself. Everything must be decided via voting.
A lot of work.
Payments have to be made
policing.
for the traded players before the trade goes through.
No, this commissioner,
he's in over his head.
Yeah, he
all right,
doesn't have
here's
a
the
life.
last one.
He's trying to promise the world.
Here's the last one. If you have the most points of the weekend, you get an additional $10. But it's not until the end of the season.
So this commissioner just made it his full-time job, and the track and monitoring all this is just going to be a nightmare. This guy's a power trip. Don't join this league, Khaki Kev. Get out while you still can.
You will never be able to keep up with it.
There's
Look, I told him,
flags.
I said, I'll do the buy-in. I said, that's it. I'm not chunking out $50 every week to play fantasy football. I'll do the buy-in, and that's pretty much it.
Jake said it best. What you just heard is a bunch of red flags.
Yeah.
You can't recognize the red flags. We told you.
Shout out to this Tolo here in the 817. I got kicked out of my league one year because of remarks I made towards the commissioner, and said he was. Oh, and he said that it was defamation of character. We're getting a lot of text coming in right now.
Towards the commissioner? Oh, wow.
Towards the commissioner of the league, because I called him a bad name and said that he was stealing money, which he was. So This is crazy. I guess I opened up a can of worms. I play fantasy football with my friends. Everybody Venmos the league fees, and then you pay it back, and there's never been any of this corruption. I mean, what are we getting into here, guys?
But I was just as shocked as anybody else because I'm sitting there getting ready for it, whatever, right? Because in my other Dynasty League, I am in a Dynasty League. We've already done our draft. We were really, really early. We've already done our draft, and that was simple. It was a simple buy-in, fantasy rules, whatever. This was, I got this at work, and I was like, what is this?
This is a classic example of give someone an inch or a little smidgen of power, and they just take it to a whole new level.
Yeah, Tolo 469 agree with all of you. He says, this ish is dumb, dude. Just be better and don't make dumbass trades.
I agree. I completely agree. I hate it when people are like trying to trade people that are like, why are we trading CeeDee Lamb for Jamar Chase? Don't do it. It's stupid. Stop.
Oh, boy. Yeah, Kev, I'm just going to give you some brotherly advice. Get out of that league while you can. Run while you still can. Too many red flags. But, hey, I love fantasy football. We'll talk about it all football season long. And, of course, we'll continue to give you the tips and the casino corner and everything like that, all under the same umbrella. But coming up next, it's our favorite weekend game. Kev has been all over it. We're going to play Who Said It? Ooh. Don't go anywhere. It's 105.3 The Fan.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From Cowboys Camp, turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
It's time for everyone's favorite weekend game. 877-881-1053. The Tolos on the fan cam as well, so we'll have even more participants. We need you to chime in because we've got some of the best quotes from the week. By the way, Jake Riepma alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And it is where Khaki Kev gets to shine and over there in the Pimp Cup. Because we're playing Who Said It, and if it's your first time tuning in to when we've played this game, it's real simple. Kev has some predetermined audio cuts that CAA and I have no idea what they are. And we're going to try and guess who said it based on the quote before we hear the actual cut. And we've been keeping track of the standings.
Go ahead and read off those scores.
Yeah, there he is. Khaki Kev gloating that he is in first place by a long while.
Well, he's the house. The house has the most money.
With 10 points.
I'm one against two people.
CA has...
Doesn't matter. You're the house.
CA has 4. And we do eventually... And I've got 5. So we do eventually want to get a better way for the participants to score other than just guessing it correctly. But that's the beautiful thing about Who Said It. Is it's always evolving. And remember the first time we brought it up, everybody had enjoyed it. We had a great time, but everybody had suggestions of tweaks and everything like that. So at its core, Who Said It is simply guessing, and those that Tolo the most will have the best chance. And I know, CA, this is going to be a tough one because you've been out of the country.
I have been out of the country for 8 days.
But don't check out on me.
But I'm going to go by tendencies.
There you go. Exactly.
There
You know the scouting report. You've watched the film. So
I know who's capable of saying these things.
Right,
Very
Kev.
true. Very true.
I'll kick it over to you. Who's our first Who Said It submission?
Well, before we get to our first, I do want to say we have a bonus today. Bonus is going to be 2 voices in the same clip. You get 2 points if one of y'all guesses both of the voices. If you only get one, you only get one. Obviously, if you get neither, you get neither. And then, I'll take those points if y'all don't get them. First clip. I just have to see exactly how big the difference is.
The quote is, I just have to see exactly how big the difference is. Who said it?
Got you down.
Yeah.
Fred.
Oh, that's who I was going to guess as well.
Fred
I just have to see how big the difference is. 877-881-1053. I'm going to try and get inside the mind of Khaki Kev and say, yeah, he picked somebody from, and he's been on Fan After Dark quite a bit this week, so I'm going to go with the presumptuous choice and say you picked yourself. Khaki Kev said that while he was filling in on 105.3 The Fan After Dark.
I just got to see exactly how big the difference is.
Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt. Or was that AI Bobby Belt?
No AI. No, that is a rule. No AI in who said it.
Okay.
No AI.
From 817, guess Corey. I guess that's null and void at this point. All right. We're going to try and bounce back. Who's next?
And I felt so dirty when I did it.
Felt so dirty when I did it.
Was Kevin Hagelin in town this past week?
He was. So I will tell you this. Fred filled in for Kevin yesterday and Thursday.
And he'll be in next week for Kevin.
Yes.
So I'm going with Kevin.
Okay.
I felt so dirty when I did it. We need longer quotes. I'm already complaining. I felt so dirty when I did it.
No, out of context is better.
I'll say Fred Davis.
And I felt so dirty when I did it.
Corey. Kev with the
I knew it was on that show. Had to be.
Yeah.
All right, I'll try to give y'all a layup because if you're real Tolos and you were listening, put you back at the day. Remember when Tyron Smith was hotter than a nest of fire-cracking hornets?
Who said this? It was the G-Bag of the day and Dallas Stars and Gavin. It was Gavin.
Okay.
It was 100% Gavin. I feel good about this one.
I don't know. What can I say? Bobby Belt?
Remember when Tyron Smith was hotter than a nest of fire-cracking hornets?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, that was hilarious. And it was also hilarious. Yeah, all the
Tolos texting and
Tolos
Gavin,
were all
Brian,
over that one.
Sean,
Thank you.
I had to give you a layup.
Yep,
okay?
we needed that.
I had to give you a layup. All right. Speaking of bugs, we had ants. We had condoms.
All right, so
Got you down.
Yeah, what's the whole quote?
Sean Sharif.
Okay.
The whole quote is speaking of...
No. The whole quote. We had ants. We had condoms.
We had ants.
You want to change your answer, CA, or are you sticking with Sean?
Sticking with Sean.
Got it.
I'm going to say this was Broadus describing old training camp conditions.
Yeah, I mean, we've had ants. We've had condoms.
Choppy.
You had the right show.
They're talking about a hotel instance they had back in the day for Oxnard, apparently.
Okay.
It's a rough one.
That's exactly what
I stayed at that hotel.
Yeah. Golly, I should have gotten that one. All right, so what do you have? You've got 4, Kev, or is that...
I've got 3. You have
3.
1.
I got 1.
CA is not on the board yet. He got close. He said Kevin instead of Corey. He got close.
And
you've had the right show twice.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
Next cut. I never went to sleep. I reestablished my dominance.
Got you down. Eric Chiafalo.
Okay.
Okay, I know what segment this is coming from because Gavin was talking about the loud roommate he had with the podcast stuff he's doing on the side, and the roommate was snoring too much, and he walked out to the hotel front desk, and they thought he was a homeless guy or something. And I remember the way he outlined and painted the picture of the story, and he slept on tile flooring. Let me have the quote one more time.
I never went to sleep. I reestablished my dominance.
But he went back to sleep, so maybe that's wrong. I never went to sleep. I reestablished my dominance. It's going to kill me if I guessed Broadus one time and then he was an actual answer the next time. So I'm going to say Broadus.
I never went to sleep. I reestablished my dominance.
Another
Corey.
midday KMC masterpiece.
I'm keeping you on your toes. You think I'm doing Fan After Dark only?
Total actually guessed it right. 972 said Corey.
Yep. That's he's been selected twice.
All right. You're keeping up. Okay. Maybe I do have a little pattern, but that's for y'all to decide.
You're telling you yourself.
Here's a quote. Having to deal with hangage.
Got you down. RJ Choppy.
RJ Choppy, okay. This one's not from this past week. I will say that. This one's a little bit of a pass pull. I just loved it so much. It was great.
Fred Davis.
RJ Choppy.
Like having to deal with hangage.
Broadus.
Can either of y'all guess what that might have been talking about?
I don't want to guess what that might have been talking about, but I guess Broadus two times
What
in
was
a
he talking
row.
about?
So somebody was talking about on G-Bag how quarterbacks getting under center were having to deal with the wetness of the center. Broadus brought up a whole entire new angle
Gosh.
having to deal with the hangage.
Golly.
Like having to deal with hangage.
Let me hear it one more time.
Like having to deal with hangage.
It's better, isn't it, with context?
Yes.
And then Tolo's texting in 469. That's Brian.
Oh, my
214. That's Brian.
Gosh,
469. That's Broadus.
I literally guessed Broadus twice in a row, and then I should have known the hangage. All right, we got time for a couple more?
All right, I got you. Okay, don't worry. You could be confused for being a Wisconsin person.
Well, that's kind of an insult in and of itself. I mean,
got you down. You have not said Wolchuk.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a good. All right, I'm gonna piggyback off that because I have no idea.
Me either.
But that's a good point because we haven't said Eric Chiafalo either. So I'll go with you. Got Wolchuk. I'll go Chiafalo.
You could be confused for being a Wisconsin person.
There you go.
Now, do you want to guess who he's speaking to in that?
I feel like that's something he'd say to me. With everybody claims I've got
I
this.
guessed Chiafalo earlier, and I was wrong. So that's one with Wolchuk.
Michigan accent.
He's talking to Medford because he was a redhead. Saying the redheads came from Wisconsin. That's from Fred's mouth, not mine.
Wait a minute, from Fred or Chiafalo?
No, from Fred.
You could be confused for
Also,
being a Wisconsin
I thought you
person.
just said that was Chiafalo.
No, that's Fred.
That's Fred.
Yeah, Fred. In
Why
fact,
does he
all these
think-
people are saying Fred.
Yeah, why does he think redheads came from Wisconsin?
I think he said he knew some people. I think he's always resulting to a cousin. He said he knew some people from Wisconsin that were redheads. So
all right, let's do the bonus one. You're up 6-1 to 0. Let's do the bonus.
all right, here is the bonus, and I'll do it again.
One more time. Refresh how the bonus is working.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So the bonus here, we changed it up, but this is gonna be the second time we've done the bonus. 2 points is on the table for Jake and CA here. Okay, I'll only get 1 point, but nevertheless, 2 points is available because there's two different voices in this cut. Now, it's not mashed together, it's not edited. This is the cut as it is. So you can make of that what you will. If you can guess both people from this cut, you get both points. If you only get one, obviously one, none.
Okay, you have to read the quote in two different voices and change the voice when it changes person.
I'm not doing that.
No, yes, you have to.
We don't know if it's one sentence.
Right,
Okay.
high-pitched for the first one and low-pitched for the other
Yeah,
one.
they have to try to be the person.
Okay. She's talking about having...
That's not high-pitched enough. Come on.
I can't do high
She's talking about having.
Yes.
Okay. All right, fine. I'm trying to remember where it cuts. Okay, here it is. Okay. She's talking about, I have wonderful jeans. It's a jeans commercial. How are you looking at anything besides her body?
Okay, I know this is about Sydney Sweeney, and I almost did a full topic on this.
Interesting.
Obviously, because that's
You think your fiance would have liked that?
the controversy. Yeah, of course she would. Understand. She's a real one. She gets it. My fiance is the only one with better body than Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, clean
There
it
you
up.
go.
Clean it up.
There you go.
Yeah,
Good job.
clean it
Good
up.
job.
I'll do Chiafalo and Wolchuk.
Chiafalo and Wolchuk, okay.
I will go K and C, Corey and Kevin. Kevin and Corey.
She's talking about I have wonderful jeans, and it's a jeans commercial.
Yeah. And how are you looking at anything besides
her body?
I knew that. I heard it because I was right across the way doing TSN in the morning. It's Sean and RJ. RJ, then Sean. I should have known that. Good
Wait a
Lord.
minute. There's a total text in. Was that Choppy and Bobby? Was it Sean?
That's Sean and RJ.
I know, but I was trying to make sure that was Sean in the second part, right?
Yeah, so
Play it again, play it again.
yeah, I got you.
She's talking about I have wonderful jeans, and it's a jeans commercial.
Yeah. And how are you looking at anything besides
her body?
He sounds nasally.
RJ, Sean, then back to RJ.
Sean sounds sleepy.
Yeah. Well, there is probably after one of their
Oxnard.
wild nights in Oxnard. Yeah.
He didn't sound like
Club
his-
Sharif, which got canceled. What's up with that?
All right,
Club-
so just before we get out of here, favorite cut of the day was?
Probably Fred attributing redheads to being from Wisconsin.
Fair enough.
Broadus and hangage. That was so
Yeah,
I mean, that's
you can't beat that.
That's
Like
so
having
random.
to deal with hangage.
that's so good.
I love it. I love it. That's Khaki Kev. Great
Good stuff,
job. Is
man.
awesome
Tolos
as well.
loved it, too.
No doubt. And yeah, you're running away with it. But there is a suggestion on here that we'll get to at the break. And hey, we got some unique sporting events and sporting venues to talk about.
And headlines.
That's right. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
.053 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee. Oh, yeah, what a fun Saturday it's been. The show has flown by, but we still got time for a little bit more, and a ton has already happened. Jake Riepma alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, Khaki Kev in the Pimp Cup on the ones and twos, Jet Nelson soaking it all in, learning soon it'll be just Jet Nelson flying in solo in the Pimp Cup there, but Luka Doncic has signed an extension with the Los Angeles Lakers. We had that. It's a 3-year, $165 million maximum contract extension with a player option.
And what that means is it makes him eligible for a massive 5-year, $400 million contract because it ends in 2028. And that's what everybody was saying. Watch out for August the 2nd, because if he does his regular 3-year extension, he could get the bank $400 million in 5 years,
which is like $5 million in California dollars. So
yeah, it's a great point. Let's not forget the taxes that they're paying there on the West Coast. Or what did Jared Sandler make fun of me for? Pacific time zone. Is it not called? I love it. But we got some other headlines.
Yes, Dallas's own, Carter High School's own, Sha'Carri Richardson. I saw this as the #1 reported story in the morning news right now. She was arrested last Sunday. She's in Washington at the U.S. Track and Field Championships, where she ran this past Thursday. She got arrested at the airport last Sunday. It just came out like last night. She got arrested. Apparently, she got into an argument with her boyfriend. His name is Christian Coleman. He's another sprinter. And according to the police report obtained by The Athletic, she just shoved him several times. She was just shoving him. So the officer arrested her, took her to jail, and listed the report as a 4th-degree domestic violence assault. Meanwhile, they also said the case was cleared. Coleman declined to press charges. She ran Thursday in the 100 meters. Where she ran like an 11.07. She also is going to run the 200 meter tomorrow. And it's like, I saw videos of her last night where she's playing with the kids and signing autographs. Like it was a non-story until all of a sudden it's reminding me of the Scotty Scheffler thing in Kentucky where he zipped past the cars because he's trying to make his tee time. And the officer arrested him and all that mess. It sounds like the same thing to me, because this is like, wait a minute, last Sunday and you're just not talking about it, and nobody filed charges, and it's her boyfriend, and it wasn't a fist fight, it was just shoves.
Scotty Scheffler was a great comparison. I mean,
just much ado about nothing.
Yeah. And thank you, Kev, for the Scotty Scheffler sounder there. Yeah. Which he did, by the way, admit that was him. So.
Yeah, so I was right the entire time.
But that's your latest headlines. It'll be interesting. I don't see that story developing anymore.
No, but it's the #1 trending story on the morning news. And we gotta let everybody know we're aware. And she's local, so we got to make sure her side's out.
Rangers and Mariners coming up, and we'll get you to that. But
and no news on Micah yet.
No news on
He is.
Micah.
I will say this: he is at training camp, and videos are surfacing. He's at camp, and a Cowboys hoodie, no jersey on today, but he's on the field.
Wonder if he's got his helmet.
No helmet.
No helmet. There you go. All right. Part of what's going on today, Bristol Motor Speedway.
Hey.
A little Reds versus Braves action, and one of the more unique venues you will see a game played. And CA got me thinking, and you have a lot to add into this because you've covered so many of these different unique
I've been to so many venues. In fact, I've been to Bristol. G-Bag Nation and the Hockey Hawk, Gavin Spiller, we all went to Bristol to watch a NASCAR race. And that stadium is very unique because it's so straight up and down.
Yeah.
It's so tall. And this is in East Tennessee, in a little town. And all I got to say, it was amazing and jaw-dropping because the infield was just packed with trucks. It's not like Texas Motor Speedway. It's just very tall. So they're going to have a baseball game in there.
That's going to be wild. And I've seen some of the pictures of some of the high, top of the row seats. And yeah, I mean, they're going to look like little ants out there. But the overall aesthetics of a baseball game at a speedway is pretty cool. And that's exactly where I want to go first with some of the more unique settings we've seen. There was a college football game at the Bristol Motor Speedway. Shout out to RJ Choppy's Tennessee Volunteers. They played the Virginia Tech Hokies in that game in 2016.
And let me say this as well. Baseball is doing this because, hey, the Field of Dreams thing worked, right?
Mm-hmm.
For those who don't know, Chris Young, CY, the Rangers general manager, he was the one that conceived of that. When he was in the Major League office, when he was working in the front office about 10 years ago, it was his idea.
He said, let's have a game
like the movie.
Yes. And that the last couple of years, the games have been really entertaining.
But it was his idea.
Yeah, there's also the Little League World Series game that they do. I love
and they
that.
walk through the corn.
Yeah. Well, the corn being for the Field of Dreams. The Little League World Series, I think it's so cool when the Little Leaguers get to see the MLB players, and they're playing in this smaller venue. And I love this kind of stuff for a one-game regular season.
Yes.
Mix it up.
And hockey does it too.
Yes,
they even had a game at the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah, that was the infamous Corey Perry walk because the tunnel was so long, and he had to walk all the way out of there. Go ahead.
Hockey Hawk said he was there covering it. Oh, he was there enjoying it. He was saying the only problem was they did not have enough bartenders at the bars.
Oh, no.
It's like, come on, man, it's hockey. What do y'all thinking at the Cotton Bowl that night?
Yeah, the NHL Outdoor Classic does. And of course, as a hockey guy myself, I'm a sucker for it. I love it. And one of the more memorable ones for me was an original six matchup between the Red Wings and Maple Leafs because it was played in Ann Arbor at the Big House, which is one of the more unique settings because there's no levels. There's no up or down.
Yes. It's just, you can't tell how big it is until you step into it. And it holds 100,000 people.
Yes. More like 120 now.
Yes, it's an amazing thing.
They've added on to it. But from
street level.
Yes, from street level.
You can't see anything.
Right. You would not.
It does not look like a stadium.
Right. Another one, as far as unique settings, I'll never forget this one. I was in college when this happened at the first Carrier Classic when North Carolina and Michigan State college basketball played in front of 8,111 fans on the USS Carl Vinson in California. And it was moved to the board of the USS Yorktown in Charleston Harbor, South Carolina the following year. And it's been hard to continue this on because there's certain complications. But this photo, and I know we've just got the high-level fan cam here, so I'm going to pass it over to CA. And just the aesthetics of playing a basketball game on a ship.
An open-air ship.
An open-air ship. That is so cool. I remember when this game happened.
Waiting for a plane to land on the court.
Right. That is just so cool. So some of the more unique venues. I also, and we see it more now because of the bowl season. You've got the New Era Pinstripes Bowl played at Yankee Stadium. But I'm going to also be a little biased on this one. My alma mater, Northwestern Wildcats, go Cats, play at Wrigley Field often. And they played Ohio State at Wrigley Field last year. And again, if you're a baseball fan and you're a football fan, when those two worlds meet for just the aesthetics of the venue of baseball field, but football being played on it. I love it.
Yeah, it's wild. To give you some, this is like totally unusual, but in Toronto, Skydome, I was there for the Cowboys playing the Buffalo Bills, an exhibition NFL football game there when they normally just play Canadian football, so they had to kind of adjust the field a little bit. And I've been there, of course, for the World Series and things like that. I've also been in Tokyo. The Cowboys played in the Tokyo Dome, a football game there, and they don't play football over there. I went to the Wembley Stadium where the Cowboys played in England. They don't play football there. They play soccer. I just told you last week I was at a soccer game in Brazil. In their stadium in Rio de Janeiro, that was a wild scenario there. The Cowboys played at Aztec Stadium in Mexico City, hold 110,000 people. It's a soccer stadium, and there were no seats. They just stand, and they played there.
What?
And yeah, because they got, and that's one of the reasons why Jerry's got the party plaza and stuff, where you can just stand and still watch the game. He's just picking up ideas all over the place. So, yeah, there's been some unusual venues. And by the way, AT&T Stadium, they've had like college games there, and they also had the largest crowd to ever see at NBA basketball, any kind of basketball game. I was one of the MCs for that. AT&T Stadium, 108,000 people, the NBA All-Star game in 2010.
That's really neat. That's really because again, it's just a unique twist on
It is.
sports.
Where you don't expect to. And by the way, the NBA, when they did that 108,000 people out at AT&T Stadium, they spent $20 million reconfiguring it and making it look intimate. $20 million.
That's crazy. I also I found this one on the list as well and this is from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. I forgot, this is a long time ago, in 2004, the WNBA's New York Liberty played at Radio City Music Hall. And it was like a stage.
Yeah.
And you see that too with the college basketball tournament, not the one in Maui, but the one in Atlantis, the Battle for Atlantis. It's played in like the ceiling's kind of low, and it's more of a stage than anything else.
Here's what's so wild. For those who don't know, and you're new to town, and you didn't go to school there, but at UTA, before they had College Park, and Alec Medford was talking about this, Alec Medford, before they had that College Park Stadium, they used to play on a stage. We're talking about a team, UTA men's basketball team, went to the NCAA tournament playing on a stage. They had seats on the edges of the stage, let alone in the regular crowd. It was like they're playing on a damn stage.
That's so
and
cool.
that's what they did for like 20 years because they're kind of cheap.
Awesome text here. Yeah, that's another part. From the 714. I might mispronounce it, so bear with me, but I know exactly where you're talking about. Aviva Stadium in Dublin, Ireland, where the college football season has kicked off the last couple of years.
Yes, TCU's playing this year.
Yes, and that's been a really cool setting. And last year it was a crazy epic game with Georgia Tech and Florida State, I believe. The year before that, my Northwestern Wildcats were there. And what's interesting about that is for Northwestern's new stadium, they took some of the inspiration of that stadium in Dublin and are now going to implement it in Evanston because the way the sound aesthetics and everything like that in the open air stadium.
Well, check this out, Frog fans. I think they're playing North Carolina, but they're going to be playing over there in Dublin, and they're rounding up flights, getting everybody to go.
There you go. Looking forward to that. Hey, let's get you ready for Rangers baseball. Rangers and Mariners, third of 4. From T-Mobile Park out in Seattle. So we'll do that next. Don't go anywhere. He's the 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold. I'm Jake Riepma, 105.3 The Fan.
I love a day on the
Nutmeg Maidens?
No. Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
50 years of serving DFW. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
Berkeys, we're there when you need us.
M37968.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This final segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Hey, the first round of the Fan Phenom is this Thursday at Jake's. You got to check that out. It's going to be awesome. I think it's one of the coolest things the Fan does, with an opportunity to open up the tryouts. I mean, I'd have killed for an opportunity like that.
That's how Blake Elliott got
That's
here.
right. Getting into this business like that. So that's going to be so awesome. You can check out our website for all the details on that. Rangers and Mariners. Moments away from our Rangers coverage, which, by the way, shout out to all the Tolos. They've been awesome today. 877-881-1053. We appreciate that. A couple of text to clean up from the previous segment of the most unique and astonishing sports venues, because we got the Bristol Motor Speedway hosting the Major League Baseball game tonight with the Reds and Braves. Longtime listener from the 678 submitted Tennessee versus Virginia Tech. That was also at the Bristol Motor Speedway in 2016. That was awesome. I remember watching that one. But Rangers, Mariners, CA, they got to find a way to get the win. And they've
lost eight straight in
Seattle.
Games. They cannot win in Seattle.
Correct.
And I asked Jared a little earlier, I said, Jared, have you ever seen them win in Seattle? Because he's been covering the team 10 years. He said, that's a good question. Oh, my God, I might not have. And then he said, you know what? I did. The John Gray one, just before they went to the World Series.
Hey, maybe that'll be an omen, the type of omen the Rangers need to get a win in Seattle and then propel them. But there are some transactions for today. Want to update everyone on that. I mean, this is your home for the Texas Rangers. Alejandro Ozuna has been recalled from Round Rock AAA, but Evan Carter placed on the 10-day injured list. And along those same lines, Jake Berger has been sent to AA Frisco on an injury rehab assignment. So a lot of moving parts. Good to see Osuna back up with the big league club. Maybe he can provide a little bit of a spark.
Back spasms for Carter, by the way.
That's what I figured. Something with his back. It's always his back. That's the one thing with him. You just don't know about the back. They do have the starting lineup. You want to hear this?
I do, because that was my last closing point was going to be the excitement of Merrill Kelly making his Rangers debut. But offensively,
go for it.
Yeah, we got Josh Smith leading off, playing a little third base. Corey Seager, the shortstop, in the 2 spot. And Simeon will hit in that 3-hole, playing second base. Albumbi batting cleanup in right field. And how about Jock Peterson? He made some impactful plays yesterday. He's your designated hitter in the 5th place spot. Wyatt Langford in center field. Rowdy Tellez. I can't believe I can't hear his
Twinkle
name.
Toes.
I can't hear his name. No, what I would say is I can't.
The Cowboys mascot?
No, Rowdy is, yes, but I can't. Where I was going, I can't hear his name without thinking of the brisket sandwich question from
the interview from hell from G-Bag Nation.
I heard it.
Want to get away?
I heard it live, and we've all been. I mean, I've been there a million times, and
it happens.
It happens. I've said so many foot and mouth things, and when you talk for a living, that's bound to happen. Kyle Higashioka is the catcher. Love that. And then, as we mentioned, Alejandro Osuna in the 9-hole.
What's the latest for Josh Young?
Field.
I've been out of the country for a few days.
Josh Young is currently dealing with a bit of a calf strain. Nothing too serious. We don't suspect an IL stint.
Okay.
Is he on the lineup? I can't remember if y'all said no. So then, this is his 3rd game out, being out of the lineup. But coming back from AAA, he's been doing really good. I think he was on a 7-game hitting streak,
that's what
or
I was
on base
about.
streak at least. So he was doing good. I think he's doing with a little bit of calf tightness.
Mm-hmm.
But Merrill Kelly's going to make his first start. The righty coming over from the Arizona Diamondbacks on the trade. And again, Bobby Belt felt the same way, that I was surprised to see the Rangers add to the starting rotation, but that, make no mistake about it, that's the strength of this team. So let's continue to strengthen the strength. And that's I'm excited to see him make his Rangers debut.
But like this, it's going to be interesting to see what he does today and see what DeGrom does tomorrow, because DeGrom, he wasn't quite DeGrom the last outing.
Right. And the Rangers need it. And our thanks to Jared Sandler. It was great to have him on, and he put it in a great perspective on, you feel good about your advantages over the Mariners on paper in these two games, but it's been we've covered it at length. Seattle has not been
sleepless in Seattle.
Not
the way
been
it is for Ranger fans.
A good place to play. But thanks as always for turning it on and leaving it on. It's been an absolute blast. It's been a fun show. Huge shout out to my guys, the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold,
Got you down.
Khaki Kev on the 1s and 2s, Jet Nelson learning. Hopefully you learned a few things today. CA and I are off tomorrow, but back with you the following weekend. You'll have Fred and Blake tomorrow, but it doesn't matter. You turn it on and you leave it on.
Local,
That's right. And we got Rangers baseball now. Rangers and Mariners. He's CA. I'm Jake on 105.3 The Fan.
Like having to deal with hangage.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning, and there's never been a better time to upgrade your AC system. And here's why. Right now you can...